broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose. My loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness. You broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving baby, please. It's a guarantee. You'll find happiness, yeah. You know I hate to see you suffer, baby girl. Seems love's got you bugging. Was he aware? Just take it time. Don't complicate your mind. Nice and slow. It's all in you, I know. Whoa, you broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose. My loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness. You broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving baby, please. It's a guarantee. You'll find happiness. I guess his timing is perfect. He's with you all of the time. It seems my timing's not perfect, but I deserve one try. Just take it time. Don't complicate your mind. Nice and slow. It's all in you, I know. Whoa, you broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose. My loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness. You broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving baby, please. It's a guarantee. You'll find happiness, yeah.
KUAM-FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Never know much I love you. Never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Sun lights up the daytime, moon lights up the night. I light up when you call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever in the morning, fever when you hold me tight. Fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Everybody's got the fever, that is something you won't know. Fever isn't such It's a new thing, fever started long ago. Romeo loved Juliet. Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Juliet, baby, you are my flame. Thou giveth fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me inside. Fever, I'm a fire. Fever, yeah, I burn for soon. Captain Smith and Pocahontas had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, he said, Daddy, hold on to Derry, gives me fever when you kiss me, fever when you holds me inside. Fever, I'm his missus, so Daddy, won't you treat him right? To my story, here's the point that I have made. Chicks were born to give you fever, be it Fahrenheit or centigrade. They give you fever when you kiss them, fever when you live alone. Fever till you sizzle, what a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. When I hear the reggae music play, roots reggae, roots rock reggae, makes me feel so nice. Roots reggae, roots rock reggae. When I hear the reggae music play, roots reggae, roots rock reggae, make me feel so nice. Roots reggae, roots rock reggae, yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say, let the rhythm take you away. Yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say, let the rhythm take you away. Ooh, yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say, yeah. Let the rhythm take you away. Yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say.
The vibe take you up to the moon. You want you without them out in the room.
When I hear the reggae music play, roots reggae, roots rock makes me feel so nice. Roots reggae, roots rock reggae. When I hear the reggae music play, roots reggae, roots rock reggae, me feel so nice. Roots reggae, roots rock reggae, yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say. Let the rhythm take you away, yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say. Let the rhythm take you away, yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say, yeah. Let the rhythm take you away, yeah. Let the rhythm, yeah. Let the rhythm, I say.
Gosinja uli die sombranzelten mak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Nota kantaima tunonya gitoru iluga para gloria a big is la sen Gloria, a viva isla.
It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. It's alright, everything will be okay. When the sunrise, dark turns to light. Even when nothing is going your way. When the sun sets, don't get upset. So won't you fly It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. So won't you
morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, everybody.
Right on. Looking good today, Jay.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah. Oh, just threw this on. Joe, can you show Jason's bottom half?
Yeah. Hey,
Only on Guam
we have
broadcast.
to be comfortable. It's
Yeah.
quite cold in here in the morning,
Yeah.
even though we got that
It's a little
gorgeous,
nipply, right? Yeah.
that gorgeous sunrise, courtesy of the Joe Sir Cam.
Thank you, Joe, sir. It's Friday. Friday, whoa,
Wait.
business!
Can I please ask that we like we do something every day? Let's
What
do
do
like
you
a-
want to do, Jay?
Let's do a link stretch for like.
Oh, like a stretch. No, I'm good.
Yeah,
Can't really
but-
stretch much in these jeans.
Well, it would seem that you've stretched out those jeans.
Oh,
just
thanks.
to a certain
Thanks.
degree.
Wow. That's what kind of show we're going to have today?
Ooh.
Right on. Okay, right on.
No, you guys want to exercise? At least like get a little, calisthenics.
Go ahead. Yeah, you want a Zumba?
No, we can do some jazzercise or
Yeah, not really. It's Friday, though. Guess what? 3-day weekend! Ha ha!
Independence Day is coming up.
Yep, it's Sunday. And we're
Like
doing
Bill
it.
Pullman said, and this will be the day we celebrate our independence. And
Yep.
then Jeff Goldblum and Will Smith killed a bunch of aliens.
Yep. He's talking about Independence Day, the alien invasion movie.
Yeah.
622. Good morning. This is the link brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Our friends at Jack in the Box got those cheddar bacon breakfast biscuits. They're also doing that new location in Tamuning. But really, we've been talking about the milkshakes for months now.
Oh yeah, well Breeze back. Yeah, we definitely got to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
Sunday is Independence Day, and that's also the day when our friends at Independence Guahan
Yes.
will be having their has it been 5 years already?
That's crazy. 5 years.
Nalatla,
Yeah,
Songs
the-
of Freedom,
uh-huh.
Volume 5 premieres this Sunday at 7 p.m. on KUM.
It's going to be a great show.
Yeah, you can stream it wherever you are in the world. If you're on Guam and you have cable, you can watch it on TV.
We're getting Bavette.
Oh boy.
You just combine him with a former Rear Admiral.
We're getting Maget Bavakwa coming on later on today to talk about that. It's Songs of Freedom. They do it every 4th of July for the last 5 years. And this year, partnering with Tandang Mariana, it's going to be a good show. Great show, guys. A little something to do for your 4th of July.
Yeah, I watched the final cut, and we already set up like a Facebook event for it. So if you guys want to be reminded, because I know 3 days you're probably going to party out this weekend safely, though we hope. You can go on our Facebook page and our timeline, just find the event, and you can click get reminded about this. And as soon as we go live, you guys can watch a 2-hour concert, and it is mind blowing.
Right on. I don't know, are there fireworks, guys? We're going to find out for you guys. Okay, I know there's the fireworks in Agate. Usually it's in Liberation or New Year's.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get Mayor Kev. Every time he comes on, we got to make a joke about fireworks in Agate. 624. Who's coming up on the show today, guys?
We got Poly Mike Chrysostomo. They're having a suicide prevention training for clergy. I believe it started yesterday, so they're having it again today, and that's with Marie Halloran from Rainbows of Guam. We've got the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio. He's coming on around 8:30. Then we're checking in with the Guam National Guard, Public Affairs Officer Mark Scott. That's at 8:45. 9:15, we've got the State Historic Preservation Officer Patrick Lujan. And as you mentioned earlier, Dr. Michael Bavakwa.
I know what Chris is going to ask, Pat. Because the Guam Youth Congress brought it up the other day. That I think that was actually a pretty salient point.
Yeah.
And they said,
no, we've asked him a lot of times about the conflict of interest that people mention with him being in the Air Force and also the SHPO. I mean, we can ask him again. All that's coming up. Then Friday, did we get the right sports link?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Sports Link, which is brought to you by Cure Alkaline Water. And also Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. We got that. We got a sneak peek at the One Micronesia podcast. And then Feed Me Fridays.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Monday. Yeah, feed me every day. So I got to go to Ruby Tuesday. All by myself.
No, by choice or by
Well,
attrition
'cause
or by just like everybody
I
else get out of my
wasn't
way.
Bree hasn't been here, and then everyone else has been on this diet challenge thing. Yeah, so I went by myself and I ate 2 meals.
2 meals.
Yeah, because you get 2 meals if you bring somebody. I was like, no, we just still need 2 meals. Yep. No, that part hasn't changed.
And of course, our Instagram crowd actually dictated what you ate.
Yeah,
so
they
you
dictated.
had no say in the matter.
Way to put it, Jay. Yeah, they dictated what I ate.
They
which was,
crowdsourced.
so it was between the Smoky Mountain chicken and the Memphis style ribs, and it was the ribs. So that's coming up as we do on Fridays. Okay, we'll do Sports Link with Dave Delgado. Of course, our Chamorro News update all on the way. Chief Steve Ignacio, Bree coming on the heels of that press conference they had yesterday. They didn't really say much in it, though.
No, they didn't.
And we kind of speculated on that yesterday. We're like, hey, how much is actually going to be,
Yeah.
dissected?
I mean, that's kind of like, it's not really how much when we think about it's how little, right? But even the most basic information that Sabrina asked about during that press conference, they didn't have. Like, why was that off-duty officer there? Was he responding to something? Was it a duty weapon that was discharged in the shooting death of this man? Yeah, we don't know anything.
But he's been placed on administrative leave. That's
Yeah.
pretty much what we know. And they're asking the community, if you saw what happened, to let them know, give them video if you have video, and if you're a witness.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that with the chief, and then maybe we'll get a little more on the investigation into the murder of Michael Castro. All right, as we haven't seen any additional arrests. It's always good to get the chief on. Anyway, Mark Scott, Guam Guard. I was kind of thinking, Bree, since we're ramping down the quarantine, what's the Guard going to be? How are they going to pivot, and how are they going to assist with the COVID-19 response and all that? Yep, that's coming up. Bree's like, yeah, okay, and I'll add. It's on the way here at 6:28.
Because we also passed what was that, a milestone the other day? Let me see. Let me bring it up on a.
What was it?
Operation Liberate Guam.
That's it.
Right.
Yeah. So so the goal is still 96,000 vaccinations by July 21st. But
Okay.
I remember the other day I was doing it was 95,100, but I believe that was including younger people.
Did the governor move it up to the 4th of July? I don't remember if I saw that or... No?
Yeah, well, as of okay, so here's the thing, right? As of yesterday, 75.2%. This is off the governor's Facebook page of our adult population. Okay, it is adults. As of June 29th, so that was a few days ago. Help us reach our goal of 96,000 by July 21st. So 75.2% of adults on Guam have been vaccinated. They're shooting for 80, right?
80%.
80%.
Yeah, which is 90. Like they said. 96,000. Yep.
And so that would be the threshold of herd
Right.
immunity.
Yes. But once we reach that, guys, no more car giveaway. So maybe stretch it out a little bit, right? 6:29, Friday, July 2nd, 4th of July weekend. Let's go ahead and get into it. Who's doing the news?
Me.
Okay. From the KUM news team, you ready?
Yep.
Hold on. Let's slow it down a little bit, guys. Slow it down a little bit. Let's go check our Facebook Live. Saw a lot of people on there.
I know Florida's watching us right now. Hello to Florida. Please also everybody in the States. I know 4th of July, it's been a while. Please be safe. We implore you guys, please be safe.
Yeah, the big thing in the States now is the Delta variant, and
Yeah.
then there's like a Delta Plus.
And that's going around. And even Chima the other day when he said, in Chima's expert scientific medical opinion, he was saying, man, this is not a nice variant.
Not a nice
It's
variant.
it's mutated, and he goes, it's very unpleasant.
Right. But if you're vaccinated, right, and the symptoms and things like that, it won't be as severe as if you weren't vaccinated.
Correct. But if you are fully vaccinated, you can still get and give the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay? So figure it out. Just be safe, basically.
Hedge your bets.
Hedge your bets.
I know.
Smart.
Really?
It's just kind of funny.
Don't gamble with your life.
Yeah.
Right. There you go. It's 6:30 now.
I
Good
can tell
morning.
you just came from Vegas.
Exactly.
You
Yep.
got that mentality.
Right. Yep. Win the jackpot. Get vaccinated.
Yeah.
How many other casino puns you got, Bree?
I got none.
You got none.
Okay,
Rosemary
you got two.
LaGuardia.
Hit me.
Rosemary LaGuardia. Good morning, Rosemary. Always great comments here on our Facebook Live. Mama Bear Debbie Davis. Hafaday and good morning, Chris, Jason, Sabrina, Joe Cern, all on Guam. Happy Friday.
Is there any state, you guys, that we haven't heard from the Link family? I know we've
There's
got.
a bunch, I think. Have we heard from
We've seen Wyoming. We've seen
Arkansas?
Alaska.
We never heard from Arkansas.
No, we've got Arkansas before.
Really?
Yeah.
New York?
New Mexico?
New York?
New York?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, New York.
I think we have.
Mississippi? What about
Mississippi.
Oh, no, Mississippi, I don't believe so.
Alabama?
MISSISSIPPI.
Tennessee? Oh, yes,
Yep.
Tennessee.
Tennessee we have.
The volunteer state.
Oh, West Virginia. Have we heard from West
No,
Virginia?
we have heard. Well, because remember somebody in West Virginia was like, dude, they're giving away a truck and a
Oh,
rifle.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep.
South Carolina?
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Oh, yeah,
states.
yes, because Jada.
North Carolina?
Landon's family is
Yep.
in North Carolina. I'm thinking New Hampshire?
Utah?
Oregon?
Oregon there is. Yeah, we've got a lot of Guamanians in Oregon.
We've even had someone from North Dakota listen, right?
We got North Dakota, yeah.
How about South Dakota?
South Dakota, I don't believe so.
Missouri?
Missouri. Montana, no. I don't believe so. Minnesota, yes. Minnesota. It's just so good, don't you know?
All right, I think it's time.
Oh, it's time now. Wait, you sure? Jason's
Yeah,
got more.
it's time.
Was that your leprechaun imitation?
No, that was supposed to.
What that
It
was?
was supposed to be
It's
Minnesota.
snowing mighty hard in Minnesota, and Wisconsin's a wee bit cold too, matey.
Go with me Lucky Charms while I cheer for the Vikings and the
You
Twins.
like this pot of kuddu at the end of the rainbow, hey? You fancy a nice pot of kuddu at the
Top
end
of the morning to
rainbow?
you, Chillo.
Kiss this Blarney Stone, would ya? All right, now it's time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it all
6:32. The Link. It's Friday. Let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas-Matanati. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hoffaday, everybody. Accused of murder, Matthew Manabusan will be getting a second defense attorney. His recently court-appointed attorney, Jay Ariola, sought the addition, citing the seriousness of the offense and the right to a speedy trial. Ariola argued that under Guam law, a defendant charged with a first-degree felony is entitled to more than one legal representation. The government disagreed, stating that the addition would be an exception to the rule. However, the court determined that the case calls for, quote, an extraordinary effort and assigned an additional attorney. Manabusan was indicted for the April deadly shooting of Joshua Meno, whose body was found along Swamp Road in Dededo. Jury selection is set for August 3rd. Accused murderer John Richard Bass III has entered a not guilty plea by reason of mental illness. The 27-year-old appeared recently before Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan. Bass is accused of stabbing his former girlfriend to death, 39-year-old Virginia Rose Pareto Laguatnia, and injuring a 19-year-old woman during an incident on June 7th at the Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. Bass was the subject of an extensive manhunt and was captured in Jigo the following day. Judge Kwan ordered that Bass undergo a psychiatric evaluation. Attorney William Jones has been assigned to the case, which will now go before presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena. Accused sex offender Jason Asper entered a guilty plea Thursday and was sentenced to 5 years in prison for the third-degree criminal sexual conduct. He faced multiple counts for allegedly molesting a minor with disabilities and forcing the minor to do drugs. His previous convictions for first, third, and fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct had been reversed on appeal. This term will run along with his sentence for other drug-related charges. A woman was sentenced in district court after pleading guilty to allowing her husband, a convicted felon, access to firearms. Tyler Mazzanani has a story.
Verlyn Marie Terlahi Aponic was sentenced to 37 months in prison and 3 years of supervised release for pleading guilty to unlawful sale of firearms to a felon. Court documents state that in June of 2016, Aponic purchased 3 firearms and allowed her husband, Eric Aponic, to carry the guns into their home. Months later, law enforcement discovered that he was in possession and control of the defendant's firearms. It should be noted that Eric Aponic was convicted in October of 2006 for conspiracy to distribute methamphetamines and is prohibited from possessing a firearm by virtue of his felony conviction. Defense counsel Roland Matanonia argued that the gun purchases were made legally by Verlyn Aponic and that she bought them for her personal use and safety with the intent to pass them down to her son as inheritance and not for her husband. However, Assistant U.S. Attorney Rosetta St-Nicholas maintained that although the guns were stored in a safe, Verlyn Aponic kept the keys on top of it, making it easily accessible to her husband as well as anyone in the house. Mantegnonia called this a lapse of judgment. Mantegnonia read the defendant's statements on her behalf, saying, quote, "I know what I have done is wrong, and I can't make an excuse for my behavior. I take full responsibility for my actions. Chief Judge Francis Tydenko Gatewood addressed Aponic saying, quote, "If you want to use a gun to keep yourself safe, the Second Amendment allows you to do that, but you have to do it safely. Unfortunately, you do not do it safely. You are not a responsible gun owner." Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matsinani.
Thanks, Tyler. A police officer from Rota is scheduled to be arraigned in the Superior Court of Guam today. As reported on June 6th, 46-year-old Eusebio Menjola Manglotna was arrested and charged with driving with an open container of alcohol as a misdemeanor and reckless driving as a petty misdemeanor. According to court documents, police got a report of a possible impaired driver. A witness saw a car driven by Manglotna speeding toward a Mangilao intersection and then coming to a screeching halt. Manglotna then turned onto the Route 10's middle lane, driving and drove a short distance before getting into the inner lane. He came to a screeching halt again when he hit the tri-intersection and sped down Route 8, nearly colliding with another car. Police located Manglotna in Totu, where he was asked twice to roll his window down. The officer noted the car smelled of alcohol, and Manglotna had bloodshot, watery eyes. A beer can with condensation was also located in the car's center console. Manglotna denied having any alcohol and told police that he hadn't moved from where he was parked when they accused him of driving recklessly. Officers eventually arrested Manglotna after repeatedly trying to get his attention. While at the Central Precinct Command, he refused to consent to test for the presence of alcohol. He's scheduled to appear this morning in the Northern District Satellite Court in Dededo. With more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. An off-duty police officer is at the center of an investigation after a fatal shooting in Timoni. Here's more. Little details were provided during a joint press conference held Thursday morning by the AG's office and the Guam Police Department. Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley.
At this time, all we can say is that there was an officer involved shooting.
Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley also released a timeline of events. At 6 p.m., police responded to a shooting. At 6:20 p.m., the chief of police contacted the AG's office. Within 30 minutes, their investigations were activated, and by 7:45 p.m., they were on scene. The activation of the AG's office investigators, or what's called an independent investigative team, is part of a lethal force policy that's currently under development for law enforcement officers. Chief of Police Stephen Ignacio adds that aside from the IIT, an internal affairs investigation is underway.
The officer involved in this fatal shooting has been placed on administrative leave. I did reach out early this morning to Director Ike Paredo from the Guam Customs and Quarantine, and I did again request for the assistance of his internal affairs investigators to work alongside and takes the lead again, like they did with the last shooting in the internal affairs investigation.
GPD and the AG's office did not provide any additional information, for example, as to what led up to the shooting, what the officer was doing in the area, who called 911, or whether a duty gun was discharged. But a video circulated on social media and WhatsApp chat groups displayed a man standing out a white Mitsubishi, holding a gun and a radio hunched over a man lying on the road face down. AG Levin Camacho.
In terms of facts, we are working through interviewing witnesses. We've conducted some, and once we are able to provide more factual information, we'll do it as soon as we can.
For now, though, the AG's office is asking for the community to come forward if they have a video of the incident or if they were a witness to what happened.
But I'm asking from the general public and the news agencies, we know a lot of people have videos and photos, and anyone who might have seen what happened last night, please contact our office. We know there are videos out there. We would like to get those videos and those photos.
You can contact the office via email at info@oagguam.org or call 475-2580. Senators continue their deep dive today on a bill to fund the construction of what may be the government of Guam's largest, most expensive project ever, a $1 billion medical center of excellence. Here's more.
The center would house not only a new hospital, but also new facilities for public health and behavioral health and wellness. Senators' questions focused on financing for the project. Gita is heading up the financing task force. CEO Melanie Mendiola says the measure provides some financing flexibility.
This bill encapsulates financing that's broad enough and to accomplish a lease back or a traditional lending type of instrument as well.
GITA is also looking at a variety of sources to pay for the projected $1 billion cost. In addition to the $300 million in American Rescue Plan funds the governor has pledged, they were also told to look for other federal grant money.
But because this campus encompasses several different agencies that have several different types of financing, we're trying to kind of stay fluid as far as wherever the grant financing is. Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness recently acquired a grant specific to building. If they can acquire another grant specific to building, that will always be, free money will always be our first choice.
Several senators pointed out that while the bill authorizes $35 million in annual debt service, GITA's estimate was that it will cost $60 million a year. GITA Public Finance Manager Tina Garcia.
This was just if we did a lease back similar to the structure we're doing today, this is what it'll cost. And the realization that we cannot afford to do this. So that's why the financing task force was brought together to identify other ways to fund this. And so towards the end of the report, we are looking at working on other financing sources, grants, Veterans Affairs, education.
The $35 million annual payments identified in the bill would come from earned income tax reimbursements.
One possible answer to Guam's shortage of medical specialists might be found in a new bill by Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes. She hosted a news conference yesterday to announce the legislation, but also to thank the Office of Insular Affairs, education officials, and regional leaders for support of aspiring medical students throughout the blue continent of Marianas. Guests included FSM President David Panuelu, Palau President Sorengo Whips Jr., and officials of the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, also known as WICHE. OIA provided funding to cover the members of Guam, the CNMI, and the FSM for the program, which provides scholarship support. Bill author Barnes.
The PSEP, which is the Professional Student Exchange Program, will allow local students to get sponsorship from the government and private businesses here on Guam while they attain their education in 10 health fields, ranging from a medical degree to optometry, to dentistry, to veterinary medicine, and so much more. Once they complete this, they are required to come back home and practice here on Guam.
Barnes says she's aware of about 100 local students who are aspiring medical professionals who could benefit from the program, which could save from $32,000 to $130,000 in tuition costs. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
School year 2021-22 will be starting a couple days later than usual. The first day of class is now slated for August 12th. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez explains that the reason for the adjustment is to add 2 more professional development days for teachers and staff to adequately prepare for the return of face-to-face instruction. The Education Board approved the delayed start. Teachers will report for their first day on August 6th and will participate in professional development from August 9th through the 11th. Fernandez adds that GDOE will also be reinstating the mandatory school uniform policy this year. 9 more people were reported with COVID-19 according to the Joint Information Center, this time out of 466 tests performed Wednesday. Among the new cases, 4 were found through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,366 officially reported cases of COVID on Guam, with 140 deaths, 91 cases in active isolation, and 8,135 recoveries. 4 people with the virus are currently hospitalized, 3 who are at GMH and 1 at GRMC. The CAR score is also now 0.9. There are 96,073 residents who are fully immunized. In national news, the House passed a resolution to create a committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Just 2 Republicans representatives, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, voted to support the measure. Natalie Brand reports from Capitol Hill.
They broke the glass? It's been nearly 6 months since lawmakers hid from attackers on the floor of the House. Now they voted to approve the formation of a select committee to investigate the deadly January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol.
I remember the terrifying banging on those doors.
We will uncover the truth
Another measure to create a bipartisan panel resembling the 9/11 Commission failed in late May in the Senate due to lack of Republican support. House GOP leadership recommended a no vote on this latest bill, citing ongoing investigations from law enforcement and congressional committees.
It appears as though this select committee is being done purely for political purposes.
The family of fallen Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick and other officers who were there that day were among those who had pleaded with lawmakers to form a commission. They and representatives of the Capitol and Metropolitan Police Departments were in the House chamber Wednesday.
We must go forward.
Under Speaker Pelosi's proposal, she would appoint 8 members to the committee, and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy would appoint 5, though the Speaker has the power to veto his picks. In aid to the Speaker says she is considering naming a Republican as one of her 8 members, though so far she has not given any indication as to whom she'll pick. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
With your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenas tardes, tiget sunto gifinut sa morgue ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. May imbestiga un off-duty na polisiya dispesh na itay mapaki na insidente gi Zatamuning. Tigam megay na informasyon masangan gi durante ni press conference ginikap na ogan no opisina ni Narada Bugao ni Departamentong Polisiya. Chief Prosecutor si Bezo Amalan sa explica loki itampon sa Nisedi. Galasais kipupoy man marespondi polisiya put pinaki gi Zatamuning. Galasais 20 na ora, hifen polisiya sa contact opisina ni Narada Bugao. Sa entry 30 minutos na tempo maaktibad in zona investigators. Tumamatugati gila 7:45 na ora gi lugar ani masusedi ST. Iaktibad investigators si Narada Bugao but independent investigative team sa patigwi gi mafatitinas na reglamento ni Nefetsan Pekno para opisyal ilaisiha. Ihefe ni Departamentong Polisiya si Steve Ignacio asangan na fere ke ZIIT but independent investigative team esta may imbestiga loki i sinisedi no internal affairs na dibisyon ni GPD. I-GPD sa ni AG sa timasangan mas informasyon ta igwi hafa gwagwa antes di pinaki hafa bidada niya zi off-duty na opisyal polisiya igwi na lugar hadyo magang 911 sa kumanapakpak back in duty para paugi opisina ni Narada Bugao sa mafafising komunidad para fan adli san siya kumagway sa midzo video patgwa tumistigo para doon na susedimento. Asunto gin ni Korte ginigam na taluan ni gizon na hearing arraignment gimenan magistrates na West Jonathan Kwan sa Richard Bass 27 anos na edad entry Bagania Stephen Atori sa plead not guilty sa padiminalangon linanga. Si Bass sa maatake na puno sumesi si Virginia Rose Peredo Laguanya 39 anos na edad dyan na sinuda noong 19 anos na Palawan gazon na insidente gi Hotel Mayana gi Zatamuning. Magpoy malagaw niya si Bass ane masoda sa makoni ni polisiya gi Zazigo gi Sigantidia. Antes yung makonsigi hinanaw iwesa ordin si Bass no ma psychiatric evaluation. Mapunta lo kay Bagaw William Jones preste na kausa ni umanawgatu in fin gi Korte na Alberto Lamarena. Mas gin ni Korte afafana san migay na kwentan criminal sexual conduct ane matake naman molesta un menor de edad na malangu daw fetsas para utsuri ibinenu. Si Jason Asper sa plead guilty paresti siya na inatake gi Egan Webis sa masentensya para 5 anos gi preso pwede mina 3 grado na criminal sexual conduct. Igin makonbiktan niya ni Primet mina 3 dan mina 4 grado na criminal sexual conduct sa manamanyaw entry appeal na manera. Este na sentensya sa gumigigo masadbi dan otro siya na sentensya pud binenu na inatake. Yuto mo na sunto, adyo siya tax refund ni mga papasihusang pago sa mastadig na respondo gin ni Revenue and Tax para pago na sakan. Kumikwentos gi iling na programa gi KUAM si Daphne Shimizu, Director of Revenue and Taxation, dasangan na fiscal team sa makumpara na pasin tax refund para pago na sakan dan imapos na sakan gi pareuha na durante sa masoda na kasi 160 milyon pesos maapasihusong esta hulo gi mapos na semana. Presentang ginong na kumpara Hulyo na mes, gi 2020 na sakan, no 50 milyon pesos maapasi huzong, pestres bahay mas megay pago na sakan. Anan nanggari ni bahan tax refund, giman mamayla na si Mana siya, tasangin matutun maapasi huzong para breed na mes. Ilengya na dun na tayo gwini este sa pwede siya man mamfao i-tax niya, gi breed na mes, giman nanggari refund sa manidibi gobernamento. Para Guam News Network, Kin Concepcion. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on
connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
And with your sports link, here is Dave Delgado.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Teasan High earned the title Champions of Champions after beating the Father Duenas Friars in an end-of-the-season exhibition match. The Titans won 25-20, 25-14, 26-28, 25-20.
Honestly, all we thought about in our heads is just consistency and, well, being efficient as well. And make sure we have a plan, we always execute. This is by far like one of my favorite, well, one of my best games. And luckily, it was a win too.
It felt great. Like, all the boys were looking forward to this game, and like, honestly, it feels unreal. Like, we all wanted this, and we all came and we executed. When we're up, we're hard to stop. I believe in the boys that we're at that high level to perform at the best we can.
Sophomore outside hitter Gerald Malana put his team on his back and powered down some great shots to help close out the first set.
It was so much fun with all the boys especially. We've been working hard ever since, and we always said play hard and always have fun. The things that went right for us was defense, placement, and our hitting especially. We played smart and we played hard.
Playing injured, Xander Duenas toughed it out and left it all on the court. He was glad that his team was able to carry on and pull together as one unit.
I came into this game injured, but they pulled through. Everyone just sees Teasan as carried by VJ and me, but they were carried by the whole team this year, and I got carried this one.
VJ Rosario cashed in on 4 late points in the final set to put some respect on the Teasan High Titans name.
It was a team effort. Everyone kept their energy up. Everyone was talking, and it really paid off. I really think that if we keep our energy and just keep talking to each other, it creates a stronger bond between us boys. So yeah, that's what really helped us out by tonight.
In golf news, congratulations to attorney Phil Torres of the Nunu Golf Club. Torres made a hole-in-one on number 14 at the Talofofo Golf Resort. This was his first hole-in-one in over 50 years of golfing.
First ever.
First hole-in-one.
Elmer Prudente will be representing Guam at the 2021 FIDE World Chess Cup in Sochi, Russia, this July 10th. This is the first time ever that a player from the Guam Chess Federation has been invited to compete in such a prestigious chess tournament.
This all started when there was a couple of old men playing chess in front of Micronesia Mall. That was way back in 2009. And more and more people were interested to watch and play. So we decided to form a chess club. And then we were noticed by the other chess associations in the region, like from Australia. And we started our first international tournament here on Guam. And that was in year 2012.
Elmer started playing chess when he was 9 years old. He played every day in the Philippines. Now that his kids are all grown up, he's back to competing and looks forward to representing Guam.
Makes you relax. You don't think of anything. Just, I think it's the same thing as like doing your family. You make a decision. You make progress from everything. You should. And the most important, I think, it's the way you prepared. You have a preparation. Yeah.
The FIDE World Cup is held every 2 years. The World Chess Cup consists of 128 players from different continents or zonal tournament winners. The winner will get the opportunity to challenge the reigning world chess champion.
Because I stay in the mainland for how many years? I was a champion in a US Open for 1989. Nobody knows Guam. Even But I think for this event, I think we're gonna bring the Guam flag over there together. When I played, I think they're gonna put the Guam flag. I think that's the time they'll know where Guam is.
Elmer is currently the highest ranking chess player on Guam with a rank of CM, Candidate Master, with a ranking of 2200.
It's a good news for Guam because we don't have any Grandmaster right now. And it's a big opportunity for our candidate master, and we don't know when again to participate for this one because New Zealand, other Oceania participants, they have this Grandmaster International Masters to compete with.
Elmer aims to represent Guam on a global scale and someday achieve the title of the first Grandmaster of Guam. Unfortunately, travel, accommodation, food, and transportation would be shouldered by Elmer himself. If you would like to help, check out his GoFundMe page at Elmer Prudente Goes to 2021 FIDE World Chess Cup. The Junior Nationals improved to 3-1 in the GML season after a walk-off win over the Agana Heights Cougars. Nolan Cruz picked up the win, pitching the Nats to the 9-8 victory. Cruz finished the game with 4 strikeouts. Franklin Annette Jr. was 3 for 4 at the plate with 2 runs. Tyler Santos was 3 for 6 with 2 runs and an RBI. Teammate Ricky Leon Guerrero and John Sablon both drove in 3 runs each. Starting pitcher Andre Camacho recorded 3 strikeouts. Cougars player Aiden McDonald finished the game 2 for 5 with 2 runs and an RBI. Napu San Miguel led the Cougars in the loss with 3 RBIs. Ray Quintaniza added another 2 in the losing effort. Agana Heights starting pitcher Kyle Hines added 3 strikeouts to his season total. The Junior Nationals hit the field on Thursday at 7 p.m. at the Paseo Stadium against the Jotnia Redhawks. GML standings, the Rays are in first with a record of 4-0. The Dodgers are second at 3-1. After being away from the sport for over a year, 16 teams in the Guam Football Association, Women's Recreational League, and the Docomo Pacific Soccer Moms League finally took to the pitch on the opening day of their respective leagues at the GFA National Training Center. Both leagues were set to kick off its 2020 spring season in late March last year, but the COVID-19 pandemic halted all league play and eventually canceled the team's season before it began. "We were so excited to finally come back. It's been a while since we played," said Risa Sato, who plays for the Tumon FC in the GFA Women's Recreational League. "We had first game jitters, of course, and it was really hot, but it was fun. We've been looking forward to this day for a long time and also for all our upcoming games." Sato went from joining the Women's Recreational League to try playing the sport for the first time about 5 years ago to hat-trick hero as Tumon FC settled for a 4-4 draw with the quality distributors Momsters. The 4th annual Impact Basketball Camp is just about wrapping up at the Jungle in Manilao. Coach Jimmy Yee is happy to see the kids working on their game during the summer break.
Hey, the main purpose was this one, it's just to make an impact with kids, you know, about leadership and just on life in general. And of course, hoops, man. The late Thompson, we talked about this, Coach Thompson, this was an idea that we talked about in the beginning, and he said to do it. And from then on, 4th year in a row, and I'm just grateful for all the parents and all the kids that supported the cause and just come out and have the kids come and play basketball.
The second camp session will run July 5th through the 24th, Monday through Friday, from 8 to 10 in the morning and 10 to 12 in the afternoon at the St. Anthony Gym in Tamuno.
The offseason is the most important part. And developing, the drills. Oh, you know what? The funny thing is all basic, right? It's basic fundamentals, but you just got to master it and repetition and repetition. And summer's a great time to do it. And I always tell the kids after camp is what's most important and what makes this camp successful is that you do these things on your own after the camps. And hopefully it continues on and they just do it every day. You just got to put in the work, the fundamentals, master the fundamentals, and everything else will take care of itself.
Limited spots are available for middle and high school boys and girls.
I think a lot of the benefits you can get from this camp is being able to work on your game and improve over the summer with your skills. And you get to learn a lot from here, and you also get to meet new people and have a lot of fun. This camp has helped me to understand that every player has a role on the court, and I've learned the importance of teamwork and how working on your individual skills and then coming together as a team can really help improve your game.
For more info, contact Coach Jimmy Yee at theyeeimpact@gmail.com or call 688-5996.
We've just been trying to continue our hard work so that way for our next season that we do good. So Coach Jimmy's camp was really helpful because last year we didn't have something like this for us. I think everybody here works the same amount. You know, everybody here works hard. Some people go longer than others here, so it's all about what you want to do to get better. I think in order to have a good season next year, you're going to have to put in the work so you can get your result.
Now for some results from the 2021 Budweiser Men's Futsal League. Defending champions Bank of Guam Strikers got the win 8-4 over Quality Distributors at the Guam Sports Complex Gym. Guam Shipyard battled to a 5-5 draw with Napa Rovers. The Sidekicks SC slipped past the Wings 9-8. Friars Football Club edged Orange Crushers 7-6, and Moses defeated Haagen-Dazs 7-4. Bud Light Women's Futsal League results now. The Bank of Guam Lady Strikers defeated defending champions Heavy Hitters Nutrition Mission Heat 7-3. Quality Distributors got the win over Moses 16-2. Sidekicks SC defeated the Metro Pacific Inc. Islanders 10-1, and Guam Shipyard defeated the Southern Cobras 18-5.
Sports League brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This July, Independent Guahan and Tordung Marianas presents Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom Volume 5. This event is a chance for the community to connect to conscious and empowering social change and decolonization through music, poetry, art, and dance. Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom airs Sunday, July 4th, 7 to 9 p.m. on KUAM TV 8. Nat Lotlat means to give life, and in that spirit, join Independent Guahan on July 4th as we create an evening of art and creativity aimed at giving life to our community and our dreams for a more just and equitable future. Viva Guahan!
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
And I don't mean to cramp your style. Sometimes I wonder just how things happen this way. And I'm just reminiscing about one beautiful night we once met.
KFC, Kids from Chook. 7:10. Morning. Bree, it's Friday.
It sure is.
Right on. You picked the perfect day. Come back to work yesterday, right? Then boom, Friday. Then boom, it's the weekend. Friday, July 2nd, that is. Jay, good morning, Jay.
Yeah, good morning. Some members of the Link family in comments already telling us how they're going to spend their 4th of July. So put those comments in there, everybody. We're going to read a bunch of them later on. So let us know how you're going to spend Independence Day. Please do it safely.
It's always interesting on Guam, though, growing up on Guam, is because, I mean, it is what it is, but Liberation Day always kind of overshadows 4th of July, right, for a lot of, I guess, the local population. But I remember back in the day, of course, way pre-COVID, we would get the 4th of July fireworks, and then we would get the Liberation fireworks. And then remember, the Go Guam used to do both, but then they kind of stopped doing the 4th of July and only started doing the Liberation. There's so many memories of parking on the lookout, right?
Yep.
Especially Upper Tumon, before it was all developed and stuff. There used to be a couple spots there where you could go and just like chill out and watch.
You know where was a really good spot? Right across from where DPW and now like Revan Taxes. Across the street from there, there's some houses there and some businesses now, but there used to be a clearing. Great view.
Nice.
Right up on the cliff.
Good morning. Hey, happy birthday to our friend Glenn Lujan. We'll do the Holiday podcast. We'll do a little birthday singing for him coming up. But first, let's head into the Zoom
I also
room.
wanted to say happy birthday to Mark Mendiola.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
It's his birthday yesterday.
Right, Mark Mendiola, of course, Board of Education chair. Right, so we got some singing to do coming up. Huh. I didn't know I was going to be doing some singing today. 7:12 now in the KUAM News Zoom room. Polly Mike. Polly Mike, are you there?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. All right on. So we got the release from the Archdiocese that they're you guys are conducting suicide prevention training with the clergy, right? And did that start yesterday, Polly?
That's correct, Chris. It's a 2-day training provided by the Executive Director, Marie Holleran of Rainbows for All Children, Guam, LifeWorks Guam. And this is part of our ongoing training with our priests and deacons of the Archdiocese. And as you know, as we all know, the suicide rate in Guam has continued to skyrocket. And this is our way of hoping that our priests and deacons are prepared and are trained. Many of them have gone through this already. This is not something new. We've been through this several years ago, but it's always good to have a refresher course. There's always new methods, new strategies. So we are eager to complete this training and be able to put it out in the parishes and then also move towards our parish ministers and parish staff. They will also be part of the training in future training days upcoming.
Polly, what kind of facilitated this training? And I know you guys have mentioned it in the past. Do clergy and parish staff often get approached by people, just kind of sharing their burdens?
Yes, Chris. Basically, from our parishioners, parents, maybe of youth or even cousins, and they normally you find a lot of this within confession. Many of them come to confession seeking help. And so this is an opportunity for our priests to be able to utilize those skills, to be able to identify if someone is suicidal, and then to be able to look and identify what some of the red flags, some of the symptoms that one is going through, what are some of the struggles that they're facing. And basically the question is, to any individual is, are you contemplating on taking your life? That question has to be asked. And so it's a direct approach, but I think it's necessary for anyone who desires to help those in need. We won't know until we ask the question.
But are you guys asking that question more frequently?
I can only go from my experience as far as my confessional. If there's an individual that I see signs or symptoms, one or two of those, I normally will ask that question. It's better to be on the safe guard. And if they say no, okay, that's great, no problem, we move forward. But often enough, you see the pause, you see them contemplating in their mind, you see, most likely they've thought about it, and that's where we want to be able to engage in discussion, let them know you're not alone. What you're going through, we can help you, there's help here, and then there are people here that are willing to listen to what you're going through.
Polly, but when you pop that question, like leading up to it, right?
What are you hearing from the people that you talk to about just some of the things that they might be struggling with?
A lot of it has to do with relationships, Chris. Often enough, they're going through some kind of tension in their, whether it be with a male or female. It doesn't matter. It's just relationships in general. Identity crisis, maybe their orientation, what they're going through. And this is a perfect opportunity. We just, of course, our community has just celebrated Pride Month, and a lot of our LGBTQ community members have shared that the suicide rate amongst a person dealing with that attraction is much higher than the average rate of those in the nation. So we want to look into that. We want to be able to engage with our community to see what we can do to help. I know we talk about abuse victims and sexual assault and family violence, but suicide rate and suicide victims are just as high, and we want to be able to provide the help that they need or they're seeking.
Do you get more of this counseling with younger people or older folks, or does it cover everyone?
It's interesting enough, it's the ages between 30 to 40. Yeah, the statistics are very high amongst that age, anywhere between that age group. And then, of course, you see series of groups of teenagers. Again, those that are experiencing whatever difficulties that they face in high school life or even in relationships. But what's even more awe-striking is that when those in the age of that bracket, 30 to 40, you would think that they lived their life, they're settled, but a lot of times it's not that case. And then also, just recently with the military, many of them in the armed forces, we've seen a skyrocket, a peak in those numbers where military individuals are taking their lives.
Paulie, Mike, and you mentioned talking with the younger folks who are struggling with orientation and the sexuality issues. How do you kind of leverage counseling kids or young people or even grown folks who are struggling with those types of issues, given that the church has a certain stance about homosexuality?
Sure. In spite of the sin, Chris, I mean, whether it's homosexuality or any other type of sin, in spite of the sin, we have to create, and I hope that we continue to create an environment that's safe, an environment that speaks about the message of love, and that is not judgmental and not critical of the individual, but rather that we are there to provide for that person, that they're not alone, not to be afraid. Our Lord is with you. Take it to prayer. Prayer is a very powerful tool that we can use. Those who are faith-filled can use that. But anyone who comes to our doors, I hope that they'll be able to find that. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has been successful in that. I mean, we've heard stories, of course, of our church and of other denominations. But I hope that moving forward, we can, as Archbishop says, that we can bridge the communities and be able to bridge those, especially those who are having that difficulty and challenge, to be able to be there for them, that they're not alone, to be a voice for them, and that they are truly have a companion or a friend that they can walk with.
Mm-hmm. We had the director of the Behavioral Health and Wellness Center on our show, I want to say several weeks back, and she was talking about we have a sick community in terms of mental health. And, what would you say? What would be your assessment based on, what you and the clergy have been experiencing? And part of it is due to the anxiety people are feeling right about now. It's uncertain.
I would tend to agree with that assessment, Sabrina. I think it certainly needs and warrants addressing. And I know that with speaking with Teresa Ariola up there at Guam Wellness Behavior, and Sanctuary, I'm a board member of Sanctuary. The mental state of our people, and of course, especially of our youth, is very unstable. And what does not help is the influx of the drugs, the drug world, that drug scene that you see. What does not help is the abuse that continues to happen, the human trafficking situations. And then, of course, people in general who are very judgmental, very critical. And so we have a long way to go before we can be able to say that our society has grown and matured. But I think it begins with each of us individually, helping those family members that are in need. We all have persons, friends that we know of that are struggling with their lives, and they don't know, whether it be financial, whether it be relationship, whether it be their orientation or what have you. Anyone is going through any struggle, to let them know that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and that there is hope, and that they're not alone, and that we're here with them.
Paulie, when the churches were closed down, right, a lot of that counseling that priests, clergy, parish normally do, you guys weren't able to reach out to the community. Do you now find yourself maybe playing a little catch-up with those roles as kind of like advisor?
Actually, Chris, we were, even during the pandemic, we had a hotline that we had for those who were going through tough times, and that the church provided that hotline out there. We had confessions that were done 6 feet social distancing. So people came to church with that. People called us on our phone, or we had WhatsApp calls or Zoom calls. So we were still in the midst of all of that, though very different. But there are those now that are coming forward, those that want to do face-to-face. And so we've opened the doors for them as well.
What's it like when you're presiding over the Mass on Sunday and you look out and you see the congregation out there? Do you kind of get that feeling that we made it?
I would like to say that, but then there's also that caution, right? That we're not yet over it. There's still variants of COVID, and that we still have to be very alert and mindful of that. And so that's why we continue to ask our people to wear their mask and sanitize, and to keep some social distancing, whether it be 3 feet or 6 feet, but to continue to understand and be aware that don't let this fool you. It may get worse later before it gets any better.
Paulie, I know there was a War Survivors Mass at the cathedral last Sunday. Do you know, are you guys doing any other masses leading up to Liberation?
I'm not aware of any. Chris, Archbishop, is currently off island, but if anything, Tony Diaz will be releasing those information.
Right on. Anything in closing you want to add before we let you go, Paulie?
Please, anyone who's contemplating taking their life, we are here. Our church is here with you. You're not alone. There are people that are willing to help. And even if you're not a churchgoer, it doesn't matter. You're still loved. God loves you. And I hope that you will find the help that you're looking for.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thanks, Paulie.
God bless you.
Thank you. We sent pictures of the training, Chris.
I got
sorry,
it.
I
We popped them up during the interview.
had 'em up.
We got you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Paulie,
God
Mike.
bless.
Take care.
There you go. Yeah, definitely real issues in the community. Have you guys ever had suicidal thoughts? Okay.
I'm not gonna say my mind hasn't wandered, under really, really like heavy or emotional times.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah,
Right.
that's all. I mean, because I don't want to take away anything from people who might be.
Yeah, but to each his own. We all have our own struggles, bro. So
yeah, and
whatever you're struggling with or you'd struggle with, I mean,
Yeah.
it's your struggle, and I don't think you can compare, right?
And it is like, and I think Father Mike said it beautifully at the end. Even if you're not someone who has grown up with faith, if you grew up a member of the Catholic Church and you were very, very devout, and it's been years since you've even said a prayer, you're welcome back, even if you're not currently like a member. They're there to help.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because like a very dear friend of mine from high school, his father just passed away, and he is in Australia, so he's on his way back. But he's saying he just thanks God, and he said that he's with his wife and his kids right now because he goes, I just wouldn't want to be alone with my thoughts. And there is that sense of community that will help you get through this.
When I was a teenager, I remember, because as I started to get older, I grew up without my dad, and I was struggling with a lot of things with my dad, and I did have suicidal thoughts. But what it wasn't necessarily that I wanted to end my life. Is that I was angry with my family, and I wanted to like punish them, and I was like, oh, just wait, they're gonna see, you know what I mean? I'll show them. But then, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I wouldn't be around to see how bad they felt. And it kind of just the eye opener. So yeah, guys, talk about your feelings. Whether it's with the church, the priest, the clergy, the parish, whatever, or the crisis hotline 647-8833.
Yep.
All right, reach out and touch someone. It's 7:25, Friday, July 2nd. Quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
This July,
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
riddle. I said, girl, you running all your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up. Bubble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in the riddle. We're burning up with that island fever. We're burning up with that island fever. We're burning up with that island fever. You need a minute, darling. I need a minute too. 'Cause I've been grinding gears through all these years in love with you. You needed something, darling. I needed something too. While you were searching around for the answer right in front of you, I said, the girl, you're running all your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up. Fumble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in a riddle. I said, girl, you're running all your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up. Fumble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in a riddle. Say, we're burning up with that island fever. We're burning up with that island fever. We're burning up with that island fever. I was sick of each other, but you don't wanna be alone. And when we're under the covers, you don't wanna let it go. All our energy is borrowed, and at the end of this life, we'll have to return it. So who are we to just burn it? All our energy is borrowed, and at the end of this life, we'll have to return it. So who are we to just burn it? Huh. I said, the girl, you're running all your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up. Fumble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in a riddle. I said, girl, you're running all your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up. Fumble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in a riddle. Say, we're burning up with that island fever.
Good stuff. It's Friday. Friday, whoa, madness! What the? Ooh, ha ha! Hey, hi, hi. Right on. Welcome back, Sabrina.
Thank you. Can we talk about this?
Yeah, all right.
Gosh.
So when last we spoke, right?
Yeah.
You were reading. Okay, we asked Pollock and Annie, who by the way was in the comments. She's back on the island now.
Right on. Oh,
And
nice.
And she's gonna spend Liberation with her family and friends and her classmates. Remember, those of us were gonna give back to our school because next year is the Simon Sanchez High School class of 1992. It's our 30th reunion, so we're gonna all get together and do something nice for our alma mater. But she goes, we asked if she could send us an excerpt, and Chris and I both looked at it. We're like, all right, Chris has page 1, I got page 2, Bree got page 3.
Yeah.
And we went from PG-13
To NC-17 to
Yeah.
other ratings real fast.
And Bree kept on reading, but you would actually really enjoy that. I mean, Paula's prose is very, very
What do you mean
good.
she actually enjoyed it? You can't even put the thing down.
It's Conquered, Paula Kaneni, a World War II erotic historical romance set in Guam. And she sent us a box of these books.
Right. Yeah, I gave one to my mom last night. Is that awkward?
No.
I waited till it was like late, and I was like, "Oh, here, Mom," and I just kind of like looked away. I was like, "Here, go ahead. That's for you." I was like, "Oh, you can send that to someone in the States if you want."
Now, the premise of
And
the
she
story.
was like, "What's this, Christopher? Get my glasses." I was like, "No, you don't need your glasses. Go ahead. It's good."
Now, the premise of this story is it's a Chamorro woman with a foreigner, right?
Yeah,
And they-
foreigner.
You want me to just read
And they
what
fall
it's
in love.
about?
Yeah,
no,
read
because
it.
I was like, if they were locals, there would be hickeys on
Let
both
Jason
sides.
tell it, and it's like,
Yeah,
Hee
he
hee
twists
ha
it
ha.
all up. Yeah, it's
Right,
not.
so-
This is serious stuff. It's an erotic
is.
historical novel. This is the whole genre.
Hey, I'm the product of a mixed marriage myself, so I know all about being half Chamorro, half.
There's this one. Go ahead, Bree.
all right, so it's Conquered, groomed to become the people's medicine woman, smart and resourceful.
Don't read it like the news.
Jessie Timingwell has been hiding in a cave in Guam, hoping to escape Japanese treachery during World War II. Having noticed more frequent and louder bombs on the eve of July 21st, 1944, Jessie realizes the Americans are finally rescuing her people. Instead of waiting for her family to come for her, she leaves her hideout to find them. She is caught by the enemy, but the American who soon rescues her appears just as threatening.
Ooh, dun, dun, dun.
Blaming himself for the death of his beloved Johan Landers, enlisted in the U.S. Army in February 1942, and end up in the middle of the war on Guam. Hell-bent on putting himself in harm's way, a marauding airplane blows him from his platoon. Awakened by terrified screams, Johan is engaged to find a native girl pinned by 3 Japanese soldiers in a nearby shack.
They got the pin part all right.
Ignoring his injuries, he eliminates her attackers one by one. Jessie is expected to marry a Chamorro man, but the one whose awakening sensations in her heart and body is not a man of her own race.
Oh, man.
Still grieving, Johan has vowed to keep his heart closed forever, yet the girl that patched him up with her strange eyes and beautiful smile has crept into the deepest place of his heart. Unable to resist forbidden passion, Johan and Jessie must hide their growing attraction. As time nears for Johan to ship out, they must choose between their love for each other and their duty to those that rule them.
Right on. There
Conquered
you
by
go.
Paula Kaneni.
Yeah, so we're going to give away some of these books. How should we give it away, guys?
Let's do Liberation trivia.
This is like the original Ship Is In story. You know what I mean? I mean, guys, let's not sugarcoat this. She was engaged to a Chamorro man. And here comes Johan Andes with his military ID card and his base privileges.
You can get a 50-pound bag of rice for only $3.
Yeah, he was, what's her name again in here?
Jessie.
Jessie. Man, Jessie, you know we got corals on the base.
Yeah, this was during the war, okay?
Yeah, this is during the war, yeah. But Paula is on island.
Yeah, she is.
Right, and this is a $20.95 value.
Yeah, and she has actually very graciously given us 20 copies.
Wow.
To be given away until the 21st to celebrate Liberation.
Awesome. So we're going to give one of these away coming up on the show. Okay?
And it's good reading, guys. It's a really, really good story. Paula's immensely talented.
Right.
Yeah. So give her a follow on social media. She's Guam Mama Cooks.
My mom
and
used
let
to
her know the links there.
My mom used to read the old what was it again?
The Gothic romance?
No, was it
Harlequin?
Yeah. Harlequin. And I read everything. I would like go through all the books I was reading, and then I'd be like, oh, let me read this.
And the harpsichords playing in the background. And
yeah, so thank you.
as he held her in the moonlight and observed
She
her
felt his
beautiful and
rigid
yet
desire.
rigid femininity.
That's pretty good, Jay. What kind of voice was that, though?
She said, "Oh, Arturo," as he said, "Tonight, it's the night we make history.
And we make love." Okay.
These are the best of times."
Thank you, Jay.
And who would know 30 years later they would form the group Styx.
We're going to take a quick break and let Jason kind of cool down a little bit, guys.
Sorry, Paula's writing gets me going.
I know, and we're coming back with more of the link next. And your chance to win this. Well, let's go ahead and we'll give this away for our radio audience, 637-0094. We'll take the first caller, and we'll hook you up with a copy of this book from Paula Kaneni, okay? 637-0094, right here on the link.
Breeze 93.9. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy. whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Giving away here, Jason.
We are giving away Conquered by our friend Paula Kineni. We got some people thirsty this morning.
It's Conquered by Paula Kineni.
Well, you know what? We got some people thirsty for literature.
Yeah, they are thirsty for literature, right? It's all ladies, too. Let's hit the phones.
People might be staying in and reading for this 4th of July.
Okay, ladies, we're going to put you on... we'll try this one here. Good morning, The Link.
Good morning, Chris, Jason, and Sabrina.
Good morning.
Buenas. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. Doing well. Driving to work. Listening to you guys on the radio.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, and congratulations.
Well, thank you. I was wondering how we could get this book.
Sabrina,
man,
tell her
you're
what she won.
You're gonna love it. It's Conquered by Paula Kineni, a World War II erotic historical romance set in Guam.
I love it.
Do you read a lot of erotic romance, ma'am?
I do not at all, but I heard about this and I'm like, okay, I definitely want to read it.
Yeah, and Paula, she's from Guam,
Yeah.
so you gotta show some support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Feel
Very
the love.
Cool. I'll share it. Yeah, I'll share the love too.
Right on. Do you have a significant other?
Yes, my husband Ray.
Okay, so you just tell your hubby this book is going to be your chakma for the next little bit, okay?
You bet. I will.
Congratulations. What's your name?
Maggie Monroe Anderson, you guys.
Oh, Maggie! Hey! So good to hear from you, Maggie.
Wow, thank you so much.
Maggie's always got such on point, sharp commentary. Calls us out, well, calls me out when, I completely go off the rails. So I appreciate that too, Maggie. But so good to hear from you.
Yeah, Maggie. We'll go ahead and Jason will slide into your DM like it's home plate if it's okay with your husband.
It's okay. Totally okay.
Okay. And he'll
What are
get
you getting me into, man?
What? I'm just saying, You can, maybe you should just give us your husband's number.
No, it's fine.
All right.
He's great. He'll think this is awesome. He loves you guys too.
Thank you so much,
thank
Maggie.
you, Maggie.
Really appreciate your support.
Maggie, before we let you go, what do you and Ray planning on doing for 4th of July? How are you guys going to celebrate?
So we don't have very many plans yet. So we're just gonna probably chill out and relax.
Are you working on Monday?
No.
Nice. Neither are we, right?
Maybe I might.
Come on.
Well, the link's going to be off the air.
Right,
there.
correct. Maggie, thank you. And Jason will be hitting you up on telling you how you could get a copy of Conquered, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Good morning.
Okay, thanks, Maggie. Take care.
Right on.
Congratulations.
Oh, that's always cool. So Maggie's always on our Facebook comments.
Yeah.
So she's a real live person.
And that was funny how normally, Chris, when you're doing giveaways and everything, you normally ask like what her name is first.
Right,
We
yeah.
actually found out that was Maggie like at the end of it. It was
Right,
like, oh,
yeah.
Maggie. Maggie and Ray, congratulations.
Right on. Good job. And we have another copy we'll give away before the end of the show, okay?
Yeah. We have quite a few, so it'd be cool, right, if we give away these books and then we have them come back and do a little book review.
Yes.
Have them do a live read.
Oh, yeah. Bree, you got all the ideas. Go ahead, Jay.
And you know what? I'm going to try and work it out. Now that we know Paula's on island and everything like that, we'll even try and get you guys like autographed copies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, guys, read this
Polly's
book, you know, and get some pointers here because it's erotic romance, and there's definitely a lot of romance in this book.
Yeah, if you guys have never read an erotic novel before, this is a great entry. It's pretty much if you're the 50 Shades of Grey kind of person and everything like that, this is right up your
Jay,
alley.
but from what you read of this, how like compared to 50 Shades of Grey, like how much erotica is it? Because it's a romance. Because the cool thing about this book is it's a mashup of history, romance, right, and erotica.
And you know, I was gonna say too, because when Bree was reading, you know, the synopsis on the back and everything, it seems like it might also be a play because you know the whole forbidden love. I was supposed to be arranged.
It's
marriage.
like a reverse Two Lovers Point.
Exactly.
Kind of.
That's what I was just about to say,
Yeah.
which is also kind of like the Romeo and Juliet kind of like angle.
Yeah, it's a common theme.
I'm gonna have to read this.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Paula, I want to get Paula back on. Yeah, so we're going to give away a copy of that coming up later in the show. It's 7:47.
I am messaging Maggie right now.
All right.
We're going to take a quick break and come back with more of the show next. Good morning.
The KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
And last night he was featuring some more artists, and we're leading up to that show, Bree, right, which is next spring, where they're gonna pick like winners from like musicians from every territory if you submit an original song, right?
Yep.
And so Vic has in the next over the next several months he's gonna be featuring some local artists who just wanted to show off their vocal chops. We had Wayne Schwartz, our friend, last night, who was doing the whole Satriani thing on the guitar.
Wow.
Insane. But this was his very first number, so you guys are really gonna like this.
Here we go. Cover Me, Docoa Pacific, and Burger King.
only tweet for the clickbait. Doing lines trying to fix it. Had one too many intakes. Repeating all the mistakes. Getting drunk on a school night. Someone get her in the mood right now. More drugs than a food fight. And she's still so beautiful, like wow. Why do we fall for all of these crazy ones? Yeah. Said I would never, but maybe just maybe one. Yeah. I know that you're bad for my health. I know that I'm probably just tripping, but baby, you sending me mixed emotions, and still I be taking it, yeah. Somebody help me, I'm tripping, yeah. She a hot mess and no one can clean it up. Yeah. I'm so in love with the social media, but she's so in love with the paraphernalia. She only tweet for the clickbait. Doing lines trying to fix it. Had one too many intakes. Repeating all the mistakes. Getting drunk on a school night. Someone get her in the mood right now. More drugs than a food fight. And she's still so beautiful, like wow. You probably heard this a million times before, but what you relying on all of this whitey for? Baby girl born in 1994. What do you gotta be so self-righteous for? All that I'm trying to say is I am just caring for you in a way that no one has ever dared to or ever cared to. Love you at any damn point in your life. All that I'm trying to say is we could get high every day and it wouldn't matter, cause even if you gave me every reason to hate you, girl, I would still love you the same. Yeah, yeah, she only tweet for the clickbait. Doing lines trying to fix it. Had one too many intakes. Repeating all the mistakes. Getting drunk on a school night. Someone get her in the mood right now. More drugs than a food fight. And she's still so beautiful, like wow.
All right, everybody. So Maggie Monroe Anderson has been DM'd. So she and her lovely beau Ray are going to be the owners of a copy of Paula Kaneni's book. We're going to give away some more of these as we head to Liberation Day. So if I can paraphrase what MTV used to say, winners watch and watchers win, right here on The Link. And we will be back right after this with more.
Learn more about After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Goncharfris, KUAM senior producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Hey, coming up on the show, this is The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, ITD, Cabo Enterprises, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio, Mark Scott of the Guard. We've also got Pat Lujan, the State Historic Preservation Officer, and Dr. Michael Bavacqua of Independent Guahan as we get ready for Nat Latlat concert, which is Sunday, the 4th of July.
Yep, and if you like Jonah Hanum, I've said it many times on the show, I am a fan. He was our Cover Me artist this week. Jonah is also making a back-to-back appearance on Nat Latlat. He played last year.
Wow,
Yeah.
there you go.
And he's really, really talented.
It's going to be awesome. In case you guys missed it, the public health emergency has been extended, Serena?
What was that?
The public health emergency has been extended?
Yeah, the governor had signed that executive order, I believe, earlier this week, so it was set to expire yesterday, I believe. So
Right.
it's been extended to July 31st. And so also part of that executive order, the new quarantine protocols kick into effect on the 4th of July regarding the negative PCR tests.
Right. And so we were hoping with Mark Scott of the Guam Guard, we find out how much they're scaling back the quarantine, because I'm assuming a lot of people are going to be coming in with the negative test. And what's that going to mean for the facilities? Right now we got some huge quarantine facilities that may be just a little too big for the need. So we'll find out about that hopefully with Mark Scott. Interesting though, this public health emergency, right? Really makes you kind of, because we've been on two sides of this pandemic and this public health emergency through the surges and the craziness when it was really bad to where we're at right now, which is we're reopening the island on Sunday. So it's kind of interesting to see that we're still in this emergency when there's just been so many different shades of it, right? And it kind of looks like they're just going back to that month-to-month thing. So it's extended until July, the end of the month, right? 7:58, KUAM TV. We are just right there. And again, also on Fridays we do Feed Me Friday with our friends at Ruby Tuesday, and Sports Link with Dave Delgado coming up in our extensive 8 o'clock newscast. We also give you a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast, where we're going to give you a little more on Nat Latlat concert, which happens Sunday on the 4th of July. So this is The Link, again, brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, and ITNE. KUAM TV, here we come. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm reading.
Yep,
I'm
Jason.
reading Conquered by Paula Canini. So you guys,
Yep.
I'll see you guys at 10.
Jason needs a minute. His glasses are fogging up.
Woo!
He put on his bifocals for this. Good morning, KUAM TV. In case you're wondering, Jay, give them a little bit more about what you're reading.
Yeah, so is Paula Kanini's, she's actually written 2 romance novels in addition to the several cooking books that she done. She, she carries her Chamorro heritage proudly. She went to college in Oregon. She lives now on the East Coast out in North Carolina. And she's educating people out there on the Eastern Seaboard and perpetuating her heritage by cooking Chamorro style. She's got these amazing videos up. You know, she's embraced video now. She's on YouTube. She's on TikTok. She's teaching how to make Chamorro style potato salad, ribs, and whatnot. But she has also very generously given us 20 copies to give away to you, our beloved Link fam. A copy of Conquered. It's a World War II erotic historical romance set right here on Guam. And is good.
What are you reading right now?
I think this is the third or fourth interlude between the two. They're really into each other.
Is that why you're breathing heavy over there?
Yeah, it's. I trust me. Like I'm still getting used to my bifocals, but I need every centimeter of these progressive lenses because it's a very progressive story. Woo!
All right. Okay. It's 8:01.
If you guys need me, I'm over here with a book.
Okay. Let's just go right to the news with the very latest. Your in-depth 8 o'clock newscast from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. Accused of murder Matthew Manabusan will be getting a second defense attorney. His recently court-appointed attorney Jay Arreola sought the addition, citing the seriousness of the offense and the right to a speedy trial. Arreola argued that under Guam law, a defendant charged with a first-degree felony is entitled to more than one legal representation. The government disagreed, stating that the addition would be an exception to the rule. However, the court determined that the case calls for an extraordinary effort and assigned an additional attorney. Manabusan was indicted for the April deadly shooting of Joshua Meno, whose body was found along Swamp Road in Dededo. Jury selection is set for August 3rd. Accused murderer John Richard Bass III has entered a not guilty plea by reason of mental illness. The 27-year-old appeared recently before Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan. Bass is accused of stabbing his former girlfriend to death, 39-year-old Virginia Rose Paredo Laguatna, and injuring a 19-year-old woman during an incident on June 7th at the Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. Bass was the subject of an extensive manhunt and was captured in Jigo the following day. Judge Kwan ordered that Bass undergo a psychiatric evaluation. Attorney William Jones has been assigned to the case, which will now go before presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena. Accused sex offender Jason Asper entered a guilty plea Thursday and was sentenced to 5 years in prison for the third-degree criminal sexual conduct case. He faced multiple counts for allegedly molesting a minor with disabilities and forcing the minor to do drugs. His previous convictions for first, third, and fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct have been reversed on appeal. This term will run along with his sentence for other drug-related charges. A woman was sentenced in district court after pleading guilty to allowing her husband, a convicted felon, access to her firearms. Tyler Mazzanani has the story.
Verlyn Marie Terlahi Aponic was sentenced to 37 months in prison and 3 years of supervised release for pleading guilty to unlawful sale of firearms to a felon. Court documents state that in June of 2016, Aponic purchased 3 firearms and allowed her husband, Eric Aponic, to carry the guns into their home. Months later, law enforcement discovered that he was in possession and control of the defendant's firearms. It should be noted that Eric Aponic was convicted in October of 2006 for conspiracy to distribute methamphetamines and is prohibited from possessing a firearm by virtue of his felony conviction. Defense counsel Roland Matanonia argued that the gun purchases were made legally by Verlyn Aponic and that she bought them for her personal use and safety, with the intent to pass them down to her son as inheritance and not for her husband. However, Assistant U.S. Attorney Rosetta St-Nicholas maintained that although the guns were stored in a safe, Verlyn Aponic kept the keys on top of it, making it easily accessible to her husband as well as anyone in the house. Matanonia called this a lapse of judgment. Matanonia read the defendant's statements on her behalf, saying, quote, "I know what I have done is wrong, and I can't make an excuse for my behavior. I take full responsibility for my actions." Chief Judge Francis Tydenko Gatewood addressed Aponic, saying, quote, "If you want to use a gun to keep yourself safe, the Second Amendment allows you to do that, but you have to do it safely. Unfortunately, you do not do it safely. You are not a responsible gun owner." Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Mazzanani.
A police officer from Rhoda is scheduled to be arraigned in the Superior Court today. As reported on June 6th, 46-year-old Eusebio Mendiola Manglotna was arrested and charged with driving with an open container of alcohol as a misdemeanor and reckless driving as a petty misdemeanor. According to court documents, police got a report of a possible impaired driver. A witness saw a car driven by Manglotna speeding toward a Mangilao intersection and then come to a screeching halt. Manglotna then turned on to Route 10 middle lane, driving and drove a short distance before getting into the inner lane. He came to a screeching halt again, and when he hit the tri-intersection and sped down Route 8, nearly colliding with another car. Police located Manglotna in Totu, where he was asked twice to roll his window down. The officer noted the car smelled of alcohol, and Manglotna had bloodshot, watery eyes. A beer can with condensation was also located in the car's center console. Manglotna denied having any alcohol and told police he hadn't moved from where he was parked when they accused him of driving recklessly. Officers eventually arrested Manglotna after repeatedly trying to get his attention. While at the Central Precinct Command, Manglotna refused to consent to test for the presence of alcohol. He is scheduled to appear this morning in the Northern District Satellite Court in Dededo. With more news now, here's Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. An off-duty police officer is at the center of an investigation after a fatal shooting in Tamuning. Here's more. Little details were provided during a joint press conference held Thursday morning by the AG's office and the Guam Police Department. Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley.
At this time, all we can say is that there was an officer-involved shooting.
Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley also released a timeline of events. At 6 p.m., police responded to a shooting. At 6:20 p.m., the Chief of Police contacted the AG's office. Within 30 minutes, their investigations were activated, and by 7:45 p.m., they were on scene. The activation of the AG's office investigators, or what's called an independent investigative team, is part of a lethal force policy that's currently under development for law enforcement officers. Chief of Police Stephen Ignacio adds that aside from the IIT, an internal affairs investigation is underway.
The officer involved in this fatal shooting has been placed on administrative leave. I did reach out early this morning to Director Ike Pareto from the Guam Customs and Quarantine, and I did again request for the assistance of his internal affairs investigators to work alongside and takes the lead again, like they did with the last shooting in the internal affairs investigation.
GPD and the AG's office did not provide any additional information, for example, as to what led up to the shooting, what the officer was doing in the area, who called 911, or whether a duty gun was discharged. But a video circulated on social media and WhatsApp chat groups displaying a man standing out a white Mitsubishi, holding a gun and a radio hunched over a man lying on the road face down. AG Levin Camacho.
In terms of facts, we are working through interviewing witnesses. We've conducted some, and once we are able to provide more factual information, we'll do it as soon as we can.
For now, though, the AG's office is asking for the community to come forward if they have a video of the incident or if they were a witness to what happened.
What I'm asking from the general public and the news agencies, we know a lot of people have videos and photos, and anyone who might have seen what happened last night, please contact our office. We know there are videos out there. We would like to get those videos and those photos.
You can contact the office via email at info@oagguam.org or call 475-2580. Senators continue their deep dive today on a bill to fund the construction of what may be the government of Guam's largest, most expensive project ever, a $1 billion medical center of excellence. Here's more.
The center would house not only a new hospital, but also new facilities for public health and behavioral health and wellness. Senators' questions focused on financing for the project. Gita is heading up the financing task force. CEO Melanie Mendiola says the measure provides some financing flexibility.
This bill encapsulates financing that's broad enough and to accomplish a lease back or a traditional lending type of instrument as well.
Gita is also looking at a variety of sources to pay for the projected $1 billion cost. In addition to the $300 million in American Rescue Plan funds the governor has pledged, they were also told to look for other federal grant money.
But because this campus encompasses several different agencies that have several different types of financing, we're trying to kind of stay fluid as far as Wherever the grant financing is, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness recently acquired a grant specific to building. If they can acquire another grant specific to building, that will always be free money, will always be our first choice.
Several senators pointed out that while the bill authorizes $35 million in annual debt service, GIDA's estimate was that it will cost $60 million a year. GIDA Public Finance Manager Tina Garcia.
This was just if we did a lease back similar to the structure we're doing today, this is what it'll cost. And the realization that we cannot afford to do this. So that's why the financing task force was brought together to identify other ways to fund this. And so towards the end of the report, we are looking at working on other financing sources, grants, Veterans Affairs, education.
The $35 million annual payments identified in the bill would come from earned income tax reimbursements.
One possible answer to Guam's shortage of medical specialists might be found in a new bill by Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes. She hosted a news conference yesterday to announce the legislation, but also to thank the Office of Insular Affairs, education officials, and regional leaders for support of aspiring medical students throughout the Blue Continent of Marianas. Guests included FSM President David Panuelu, Palau President Sorengo Whips Jr., and officials of the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, also known as WICHE. OIA provided funding to cover the members of Guam, the CNMI, and the FSM for the program, which provides scholarship support. Bill author Barnes.
The PSEP, which is the Professional Student Exchange Program, will allow local students to get sponsorship from the government and private businesses here on Guam while they attain their education in 10 health fields, ranging from a medical degree to optometry, to dentistry, to veterinary medicine, and so much more. Once they complete this, they are required to come back home and practice here on Guam.
Barnes says she's aware of about 100 local students who are aspiring medical professionals who could benefit from the program, which could save from $32,000 to $130,000 in tuition costs. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
School year 2021-22 will be starting a couple days later than usual. The first day of class is now slated for August 12th. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez explains that the reason for the adjustment is to add 2 more professional development days for teachers and staff to adequately prepare for the return to face-to-face instruction. The Education Board approved the delayed start. Teachers will report for their first day on August 6th and will participate in professional development from August 9th through the 11th. Fernandez adds that GDOE will also be reinstating the mandatory school uniform policy this year. 9 more people were reported with COVID-19 according to the Joint Information Center, this time out of 466 tests performed Wednesday. Among the new cases, 4 were found through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,366 officially reported cases of COVID-19, with 140 deaths. 91 cases are active, while more than 8,135 people have recovered. 4 people with the virus are currently hospitalized, 3 at GMH and 1 at GRMC. The CAR score is 0.9. Also, there are 96,073 residents who are fully immunized. In national news, the House passed a resolution to create a committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Just 2 Republicans, Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, voted to support the measure. Natalie Brand reports from Capitol Hill.
They broke the glass? It's been nearly 6 months since lawmakers hid from attackers on the floor of the House. Now they voted to approve the formation of a select committee to investigate the deadly January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol.
I remember the terrifying banging on those doors.
We will uncover the truth.
Another measure to create a bipartisan panel resembling the 9/11 Commission failed in late May in the Senate due to lack of Republican support. House GOP leadership recommended a no vote on this latest bill, citing ongoing investigations from law enforcement and congressional committees.
It appears as though this
select committee is being done purely for political purposes.
The family of fallen Capitol Police officer Brian Sicknick and other officers who were there that day were among those who had pleaded with lawmakers to form a commission. They and representatives of the Capitol and Metropolitan Police Departments were in the House chamber Wednesday.
We must go forward.
Under Speaker Pelosi's proposal, she would appoint 8 members to the committee, and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy would appoint 5, though the Speaker has the power to veto his picks. In aid to the Speaker says she is considering naming a Republican as one of her 8 members, though so far she has not given any indication as to whom she'll pick. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And with your sports link, here now is Dave Delgado.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Teason High earned the title Champions of Champions after beating the Father Duenas Friars in an end-of-the-season exhibition match. The Titans won 25-20, 25-14, 26-28, 25-20.
Honestly, all we thought about in our heads is just consistency and, well, being efficient as well. And make sure we have a plan, we always execute. This is by far like one of my favorite, well, one of my best games. And luckily, it was a win too.
It felt great, like all the boys were looking forward to this game. And like, honestly, it feels unreal. Like we all wanted this, and we all came and we executed. When we're up, we're hard to stop. I believe in the boys that we're at that high level to perform at the best we can.
Sophomore outside hitter Gerald Milana put his team on his back and powered down some great shots to help close out the first set.
It was so much fun with all the boys, especially. We've been working hard ever since, and we always said play hard and always have fun. The things that went right for us was defense, placement, and our hitting especially. We played smart and we played hard.
Playing injured, Xander Duenas toughed it out and left it all on the court. He was glad that his team was able to carry on and pull together as one unit.
I came into this game injured, but they pulled through. Everyone just sees Teason as carried by VJ and me, but they were carried by the whole team this year, and I got carried this one.
VJ Rosario cashed in on 4 late points in the final set to put some respect on the Teason High Titans name.
It was a team effort. Everyone kept their energy up. Everyone was talking, and it really paid off. I really think that if we keep our energy and just keep talking to each other, it creates a stronger bond between us boys. So yeah, that's what really helped us out by tonight.
In golf news, congratulations to attorney Phil Torres of the Nunu Golf Club. Torres made a hole-in-one on number 14 at the Talofofo Golf Resort. This was his first hole-in-one in over 50 years of golfing.
First ever.
First hole-in-one.
Elmer Prudente will be representing Guam at the 2021 FIDE World Chess Cup in Sochi, Russia, this July 10th. This is the first time ever that a player from the Guam Chess Federation has been invited to compete in such a prestigious chess tournament.
This all started when there was a couple of old men playing chess in front of Micronesia Mall. That was way back in 2009. And more and more people were interested to watch and play. So we decided to form a chess club. And then we were noticed by the other chess associations in the region, like from Australia. And we started our first international tournament here on Guam. And that was in year 2012.
Elmer started playing chess when he was 9 years old. He played every day in the Philippines. Now that his kids are all grown up, he's back to competing and looks forward to representing Guam.
Makes you relax. You don't think of anything. Just, I think it's the same thing as like doing your
your family, you make a decision, you make progress from everything you should. And the most important, I think, it's the way you prepared. You have a preparation. Yeah.
The FIDE World Cup is held every 2 years. The World Chess Cup consists of 128 players from different continents or zonal tournament winners. The winner will get the opportunity to challenge the reigning world chess champion.
Because I stay in the mainland for how many years? I was a champion in US Open for 1989. Nobody knows Guam, but I think for this event, I think we're gonna bring the Guam flag over there together. When I played, I think they're gonna put the Guam flag. I think that's the time they'll know where Guam is.
Elmer is currently the highest ranking chess player on Guam with a rank of CM, Candidate Master, with a ranking of 2200.
It's a good news for Guam because we don't have any Grandmaster right now. And it's a big opportunity for our candidate master, and we don't know when again to participate for this one because New Zealand, other Oceania participants, they have this Grandmaster International Masters to compete with.
Elmer aims to represent Guam on a global scale and someday achieve the title of the first Grandmaster of Guam. Unfortunately, travel, accommodation, food, and transportation would be shouldered by Elmer himself. If you would like to help, check out his GoFundMe page at Elmer Prudente Goes to 2021 FIDE World Chess Cup. The Junior Nationals improved to 3-1 in the GML season after a walk-off win over the Agana Heights Cougars. Nolan Cruz picked up the win, pitching the Nats to the 9-8 victory. Cruz finished the game with 4 strikeouts. Franklin Annette Jr. was 3 for 4 at the plate with 2 runs. Tyler Santos was 3 for 6 with 2 runs and an RBI. Teammate Ricky Leon Guerrero and John Sablon both drove in 3 runs each. Starting pitcher Andre Camacho recorded 3 strikeouts. Cougars player Aiden McDonald finished the game 2 for 5 with 2 runs and an RBI. Napu San Miguel led the Cougars in the loss with 3 RBIs. Ray Quintaniza added another 2 in the losing effort. Agana Heights starting pitcher Kyle Hines added 3 strikeouts to his season total. The Junior Nationals hit the field on Thursday at 7 p.m. at the Paseo Stadium against the Jotnia Redhawks. GML standings, the Rays are in first with a record of 4-0. The Dodgers are second at 3-1. After being away from the sport for over a year, 16 teams in the Guam Football Association, Women's Recreational League, and the Docomo Pacific Soccer Moms League finally took to the pitch on the opening day of their respective leagues at the GFA National Training Center. Both leagues were set to kick off its 2020 spring season in late March last year, but the COVID-19 pandemic halted all league play and eventually canceled the team's season before it began. We were so excited to finally come back. It's been a while since we played, said Risa Sato, who plays for the Tumon FC in the GFA Women's Recreational League. We had first game jitters, of course, and it was really hot, but it was fun. We've been looking forward to this day for a long time and also for all our upcoming games. Sato went from joining the Women's Recreational League to try playing the sport for the first time about 5 years ago to hat-trick hero as Tumon FC settled for a 4-4 draw with the quality distributors Momsters. The 4th annual Impact Basketball Camp is just about wrapping up at the Jungle in Manilao. Coach Jimmy Yee is happy to see the kids working on their game during the summer break.
Hey, the main purpose was this one, it's just to make an impact with kids, you know, about leadership and just on life in general. And of course, hoops, man. The late Thompson, we talked about this, Coach Thompson. This was an idea that we talked about in the beginning, and he said to do it. And from then on, 4th year in a row, and we're just grateful for all the parents and all the kids that supported the cause and just come out and have the kids come and play basketball.
The second camp session will run July 5th through the 24th, Monday through Friday, from 8 to 10 in the morning and 10 to 12 in the afternoon at the St. Anthony Gym in Tamuno.
The offseason is the most important part. And developing, the drills. Oh, you know what? The funny thing is all basic, right? It's basic fundamentals, but you just got to master it and repetition. And summer's a great time to do it. And I always tell the kids after camp is what's most important and what makes this camp successful is that you do these things on your own after the camps. And hopefully it continues on and they just do it every day. You just got to put in the work, the fundamentals, master the fundamentals, and everything else will take care of itself.
Limited spots are available for middle and high school boys and girls.
I think a lot of the benefits you can get from this camp is being able to work on your game and improve over the summer with your skills. And you get to learn a lot from here, and you also get to meet new people and have a lot of fun. This camp has helped me to understand that every player has a role on the court, and I've learned the importance of teamwork and how working on your individual skills and then coming together as a team can really help improve your game.
For more info, contact Coach Jimmy Yee at theyeeimpact@gmail.com or call 688-5996.
We've just been trying to continue our hard work so that way for our next season that we do good. So Coach Jimmy's camp was really helpful because last year we didn't have something like this for us. I think everybody here works the same amount. You know, everybody here works hard. Some people go longer than others here, so it's all about what you want to do to get better. I think in order to have a good season next year, you're going to have to put in the work so you can get your result.
Now for some results from the 2021 Budweiser Men's Futsal League. Defending champions Bank of Guam Strikers got the win 8-4 over Quality Distributors at the Guam Sports Complex Gym. Guam Shipyard battled to a 5-5 draw with Napa Rovers. The Sidekicks SC slipped past the Wings 9-8. Friars Football Club edged Orange Crushers 7-6, and Moses defeated Haagen-Dazs 7-4. Bud Light Women's Futsal League results now. The Bank of Guam Lady Strikers defeated defending champions Heavy Hitters Nutrition Mission Heat 7-3. Quality Distributors got the win over Moses 16-2. Sidekicks SC defeated the Metro Pacific Inc. Islanders 10-1, and Guam Shipyard defeated the Southern Cobras 18-5.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
Yes, Sports Link brought to you by Pure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. They also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Marianas Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market, or call them 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
And now let's take a look at what's happening around the island in our native tongue. Here's Uncle King Conception with your Chamorro News Update, sponsored by First.
Buenos Napades to get some to be finod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Maimbesitiga un off-duty na polisiya dispas finay tayo mapaki na insidente gizatamuning. Tigamigay na informasyon masangan gidurante ni press conference ginikap no ogan no opisina ni General Abogado ni Departamentong Polisiya. I-Chief Prosecutor si Bezo Amalan sa explika lokoy itampon sinisedi. Galasais kipupoy man marespondi polisiya put pinaki gizatamuning. Galasais 20 na ora, hifen polisiya sa contact opisina ni General Abogado. Sa entry 30 minutos na tempo maaktibat in zone investigators. Tumamatugati gila 7:45 na ora gilugar ani masusedi ST. Iaktibat investigators si General Abogado but independent investigative team sa patigwihi gimafatitinas na reglamento ni Nefed San Pecno para opisyal ilaisiha. Ihefe ni Departamentong Polisiya si Steve Ignacio asangan na fere ke ZIIT but independent investigative team esta maimbestiga lokoy isinisedi no internal affairs na dibisyon ni GPD. I-GPD sa ni AG sa timasangan mas informasyon taigwi hafa gwagwa antes di pinaki hafa bidada niya zi off-duty na opisyal polisiya gwi na lugar hadyo magang 911 Sang kumanapakpak back in duty para paugi opisina ni General Abogado sa mafafasing komunidad para fan adli san siya kumagway sa medyo video patgwa tumistigo para doon sa sedimento. Asunto ginikoti ginigam na taluan ni gizon na hearing arraignment gimenan magistrates na West Jonathan Kwan sa Richard Bass 27 anos na edad and Abogado Stephen Atori sa plead not guilty Sa paliminalangon linanga, si Bass ang maatake na puno sa Messi si Virginia Rose Peredo Laguana, 39 anos na edad, dyan na sinudan ng 19 anos na Palawan, gyazo na insidente gi Hotel Mayana gi Tamuning. Magpoy malagaw niya si Bass, ane masoda sa makoni ni polisiya gi Zigo gi Sigantidia. Antes yung makonsigi hinano, iwesa ordin si Bass no psychiatric evaluation. Mapunta lo kay Bagaw William Jones Presti na kausa, ni umanawgatu en fin gi Korte na Alberto Lamarena. Mas gin ni Korte, afafana san migay na kwentan criminal sexual conduct, ane matsake naman molesta un menor de edad na malangu, daw fetsas para utsuri ibinenu. Si Jason Asper sa plead guilty, presti siya na inatake gi Egan Webis, sa masentensya para 5 anos gi preso, pwede mina 3 grado na criminal sexual conduct. Igin makonbiktan niya ni Primet, mina 3 dan mina 4 grado na criminal sexual conduct sa manamanyaw into i-appeal na manera. Este na sentensya, sa gumigigo masadbi dan otusiya na sentensya, pwede bineno na inatake. Gyuto mo na sunto, adyo siya i-tax refund ni mapapasihusang pago sa mastadig na respondo gin ni Revenue and Tax para pago na sakan. May kwentos gi iling na programa gi KUAM si Daphne Shimizu, Director of Revenue and Taxation. Dasangan na fiscal team sa makumpara na pasin tax refund para pauga na sakan dan imapot na sakan gi pereuha na durante sa masoda na kasi 160 milyon pesos maapasi huzong esta hulog gi mapos na semana. Pasatang ginon na kumpara Hulyo na mes gi 2020 na sakan no 50 milyon pesos maapasi huzong pestres bahay mas megay paugo na sakan. Anang gari ni bahan tax refund giman mamayla na si Mana siya tasangin matutun maapasi huzong para i-abrit na mes. Ilang yan na dyan na tayo gini este sa pwede siya man mamfao i-tax niya gi-abrit na mes giman anang gari refund sa manidibi gobernamento. Para Guam News Network, Guasikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Chief of Police Steve Ignacio coming up next on The Link. We'll take a quick break and we're back with more of the show, which is brought to you proudly by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy, we're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it, we all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This July, Independent Guahan and Todunga Marianas presents Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom Volume 5. This event is a chance for the community to connect to conscious and empowering social change and decolonization through music, poetry, art, and dance. Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom airs Sunday, July 4th, 7 to 9 p.m. on KUAM TV8. Nat Lotlat means to give life, and in that spirit, join Independent Guahan on July 4th as we create an evening of art and creativity aimed at giving life to our community and our dreams for a more just and equitable future. Viva Guahan!
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Sa tristi jutan go mahalan Goni juneni tadzahita kilangit islam Paguneni paguna palawan Ugwi gwifi oni jampuengi Zadzoku hao zanzo muzu Nobya neni
All right, Tua Sablon, 837. Shout out Auntie Ruth Anderson of Inalahan for dropping off this Pon Mamis sweet bread. It's a sweet bread with the sugar butter glaze on top. Thank you. Yeah, just hit me up on FB Messenger. If you want to search for Ruth Anderson, maybe they can help you out. But that's why we call it Feed Me Fridays, because we're eating on Friday. Look at that, though. It reminds me of my grandma used to make one like that.
Even my grandmother.
Right?
Yeah, my Auntie Pumpkin, when I was in Vegas, she was baking up a storm.
Wow.
And she actually made sweet bread, and she actually gave me the recipe, so I'm going to have to try it.
Yeah, you got to. And I knowing you're going to do the recipe, but then you're going to add like ube to it or something. Kick it up, right?
No, I'm just going to try it first, and then if it tastes good, then I'm going to, Brie-mix it.
Brie-mix! 8:38. Just waiting for Chief Ignacio to come in. I don't know if he's still coming, but Brie, could we kind of go over the events of yesterday, the press conference? And
yeah, they didn't really say anything.
Yeah.
So, that's that.
Yeah. And so Sabrina jumped into that press conference, and basically the Attorney General has formed like this task force, and they look into police shootings, right? Is that what it is?
It's part of their new use of lethal force policy that they're actually kind of just starting to finalize.
Right.
And so this incident happened, and so they just immediately went into starting to follow what they already have in place. And it's some IIT task force, so the AG's office investigators are also deployed on incidents like this, I believe when there's like a death involved, and they work with GPD investigators, and so now we wait.
But this is just a little bit different because it involves an off-duty police officer. Right. So what we weren't sure about was whether or not those application of force levels are.
I believe it does, though.
Still apply.
Yeah. But like I said, we really didn't get a whole lot of information as to what was the initial report, right? Why did the police respond? And They said, well, it was a shooting. Like, okay, so obviously there wasn't any other report of any sort of altercation, disturbance prior to the shooting taking place.
Right. So the way I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was sitting right next to you. What I kind of took away from it was that officers responded to the shooting that was done by the off-duty cop.
That's kind of what you would assume, right? And I don't want to assume anything, but I mean, they weren't giving you a whole lot of information.
Right. I mean, just like the basic facts.
Right.
So there was all the media was there, and then of course, Sabrina came in and just kind of did a questions to ask 101. Was it a duty weapon that was discharged? What was the off-duty police officer responding to? But basically, all your questions that you asked, they said that we can't say anything yet.
They're still,
Still
conducting
right.
interviews. They do have the gun, so I would think that if you had the gun, then you would know.
And this is, and what? One thing the chief had talked about yesterday during the press conference was
Yeah,
complying.
I think
with
that
law
was
enforcement.
Basil O'Malley,
Okay.
the chief prosecutor, because there was a question asked about seeing more and more situations like this where
Right.
people are becoming more violent or resisting arrest when police either pull them over and they either take off or they ram towards the police officers, their vehicles, and so kind of they're asking the community, please, when the police officers, you're confronted by the police, they pull you over or what have you, comply.
Yeah, Basil did take a moment to really emphasize that point, and he goes, it only makes the situation so much more dangerous for all involved.
Right. We haven't officially confirmed who the victim is, but we did hear from a variety of sources. We did learn the identity, but there was a Facebook post, Bree, that a family member of the victim had posted up.
Right, I sent that to you
Yeah,
yesterday.
I'm going to go ahead and send this in here, guys, into our chat. Yeah, so they posted, and it was in Chukis, so I reached out to our friend Johnny from the FSM consulate office. He's Pohnpeian, but he said, I'm Pohnpeian, which I knew, and he kind of sent it along, and we were able to get a translation of it. And sir, did you get it? We'll pop it up. But again, this is a family member of the shooting victim in this case. And their post, to our family, and Rita, I kindly ask if you can stop posting because it's very painful. May our loving God comfort our family and be with the Guam police officer's family as well. And may God love and peace works and enlighten all minds and hearts. So yeah, definitely a very thoughtful post there. Okay. Chief's there. At 8:42, Friday, July 2nd, let's go ahead and welcome Chief of Police Steve Ignacio onto the link. Good morning, Chief. Thanks for joining us. Still connecting.
Yes. Good.
Hi, Chief. Morning.
Unmute. There you go. Half a day.
Good morning.
Morning.
Man, you're always so busy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not always a good kind of busy though.
Right.
Yep.
Right. We were kind of talking, Chief, before you came on about, and I don't know again if it's because the social media and there's more frequent reporting and just more coverage, but it kind of seems like Guam police officers have had to respond to more incidents with lethal force. And I know that Prosecutor Basil O'Malley talked yesterday about the importance of complying with law enforcement orders, but we just wanted to kind of get your takeaway on that. Is there an escalation? And is it just general or is it case by case?
Yeah, Chris, it's still, dealt with on a case-by-case basis, and, even any investigation. So let's back up a little. So when an officer discharges their firearm, depending upon the circumstances of the discharge of the firearm, you may have to conduct two investigations. One would be the criminal investigation, like an officer-involved shooting where another person is shot and injured, or shot and fatally dies from the gunshot wound. And then there's incidents where officers discharge their firearms not in a setting outside of that, like an accidental discharge of a firearm. We handle firearms all the time. There are times where the officers would need to clear their firearms, and sometimes the clearing of the firearms is not done in a safe manner, and there's a discharge of a firearm at a precinct, in an office, things like that do occur. So in an officer-involved shooting where somebody's they shoot at someone, there's a administrative and a criminal investigation, most especially if somebody gets injured. In an officer discharge of a firearm, an accidental discharge of a firearm, there's an administrative investigation. Depending again on situation, the chief of police, myself, and other prior chiefs, we look at the circumstances and the facts of the case presented to us maybe immediately after the shooting, and we determine if we need to place an officer on administrative leave, or we just need to do the criminal and administrative investigation. And yes, there have been questions already, about the number of officer-involved shootings. But I think the chief prosecutor kind of alluded to that yesterday and says, if we look back, I haven't looked back at each and every. I don't have all the details in front of me of each and every shooting that we've been involved with, from 2020 to present. But I think a large majority of these cases, involve sometimes hot pursuits, people refusing to pull over for various reasons. They're driving stolen cars. We're pursuing them because they're, we believe they're suspects in felony investigations, and they just refuse to pull over. They refuse to comply, and they take us on these hot pursuit chases. That go from the central area to the northern area. We've had pursuits starting from as far down as Agate, ending all the way up as far up as Jigo, and so but the pursuit again is dependent, and the outcome is dependent on the compliance or the non-compliance of the people we're pursuing, who refuse to pull over. And a good majority of the time, when the pursuit ends and the investigation is being conducted, we do find that a lot of it relates back to ICE, methamphetamine. We find evidence of drug activity, drug paraphernalia, find actual drugs in the car, cash, large amounts of cash, so those are the things that we look at when we do our investigations. And so, sometimes there is a direct correlation between the officer-involved shooting and people being involved in these hot pursuits because of drugs. But, like the AG said in our press release yesterday, it's not always that simple. There are different reasons why these things happen. And that's why we treat just like any other investigation. Each case is treated differently because each set of facts and circumstances are different. And we just deal with that incident and those facts and those circumstances which led up to the shooting. And we determine, based on our policies, procedures, the rule of law, whether or not these shootings are justified or unjustified, or not justified for that matter.
I wanted to ask you about this press release from the AG's office, because it was something that was written in here that said homicide investigation procedures are being followed in this case. Why homicide investigation procedures as opposed to what, death investigation procedures? Just if you kind of explain that.
Yeah, well, I think it's that's the proper use of that term, the homicide investigation, because if we look at the simplest definition of a homicide is I learned this in homicide school. The simplest definition of a homicide is the human being killing another human being. And that's exactly what happened. You know, we had an off-duty officer shoot and kill another person, you know, and that's the simplest form. And, you know, when an officer-involved shooting occurs and there's a fatal, and somebody dies, you know, there's a fatality, it is a homicide. But we look at it in the context of it's a homicide because, you know, an officer discharged his firearm, killed somebody, but then we apply the law of use of force and justifiable use of force and determine then that, you know, either the homicide was justified or not justified and falls into the criminal realm. And so that's what we're doing in this investigation, or at least the AG is doing in this investigation, because it is a homicide. But whether or not it's justified or not, was the officer's actions justified? Whether the facts and circumstances that led up to the officer discharging his firearm and killing another individual justified? That's for the investigative team to determine and present that case to the Attorney General so that they can determine how to move forward.
Chief, are you able to confirm if there was any type of altercation between the off-duty officer and the Vic?
No, Chris. You know, I'm very sorry. Again, because you know we have this investigative team. It's led by the AG's office. You know, we want to make sure that we're not. It's not that we're not stepping back and just turning over everything to the AGs. We are working, just like the other officer involved shooting. We are working alongside with them. But you know, as a matter of you know, as discussing the case, you know, I would defer anything to the AG's office. And I think, you know, we need, again, it's all in that that spirit of being accountable and transparent, that, you know, we don't make any statements as the Guam Police Department because we are investigating one of our own and they are investigating one of my own. And so I think it's best if statements come from them, you know, so that it removes any, you know, any, I guess, appearance that, you know, we're not doing a objective investigation.
Do you have an idea how many officer-involved shootings have there been in the past couple of months?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. We can definitely we can talk about that another day if you like.
Okay. Do you have anything else on this subject?
All things being said, though, I hope you guys had a chance to come out and visit our youth summer program. It's a big hit with the kids, and come on, Chris. You know, I think they want to play basketball with you.
Oh, him play basketball. I'll come and watch that.
Jason's the tall one. No, I can play a little basketball, man. Not against no kids, though.
No, Chief, they might be dribbling Chris.
Yeah, they're going to be dribbling my stomach.
Yeah, come on out. It'll be Team KOM versus Team Youth Summer Camp, GPD.
Right on.
There you go.
Way to switch gears there, Chief.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been known to throw elbows in basketball.
Yeah.
Man, you know, we can't always talk about you know, the sad stuff and you know, the serious stuff. You know, it's Friday. It's not payday. Not payday, but it's Friday, and you know, we need to. You know, we need to talk about the really the good things that the officers of the Guam Police Department do. And, you know, we're connecting with our youth. You know, I've been in touch again with some of the other things that have come up. Chris recently is and Bree is the break-ins at the school. We've been in touch with Erica Cruz and the deputy superintendent at DOE, my district commanders, Captain Santos and Captain Castro. I've been in touch directly with Erica Cruz. We've been working with Superintendent John Fernandez, and you know, we're trying to figure out what we can do to keep the campuses safe. You know, it's summertime, less presence at night. You know, kids. You know, possibly we believe there are minors involved. You know, because what's being taken, what's not being taken, what we're finding when we come into these schools after the break-ins. So, you know, we've been working with them. We put together some plans to see what we can do to keep the schools safer, so that they're not vandalized, damaged, broken into, whatever. And yeah, a lot going on. Hey, we got 21 new recruits on the road.
Right on.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, that's something positive to talk about
It
again.
is, yeah.
That's great news for the community, most especially. By August, these officers are actually now they're out in the street. They're just working alongside a field training officer and FTO. But by August, they satisfactorily complete the OJT, on the job training. They'll be out on their own, as rookie officers working alongside seasoned officers, and they'll be out on the street. And what that does, though, is that it allows us, this is the second, full complement of police officers. So what that does is that it allows us now to move some officers around, most especially to our criminal investigation division. I'm eyeing some movement, of a handful of officers over there, so that we can put more effort into our follow-up investigations. Just like you, I use social media as a way to keep informed of what's going on, in and around our community. And I see the same things you do. The videos of stolen solar lights, people just jumping in and breaking into people's houses, running off with blowers, and these very small crimes, but they affect the community because people don't feel safe if you can't leave your stuff in your garage, or people just jump over your fence. I mean, I've seen the videos. It just amazes me that fences don't keep people out anymore.
There was one even, Chief, where that, I don't know if you saw that one where that car pulled up and then the guy got out and like unscrewed the lights or whatever while the car then got back in the car. I mean, there wasn't even a wall there. He just pulled up like right in front of the garage. This is maybe a couple months ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the ones up in Dededo recently. I think it's Machechi. The dogs are right there. Dogs are barking. It was just jumped right over the fence, and took off with a couple of items. And those are the things, that affect our community, because again, like I said, when things like that happen, they don't feel safe. And, those are the things that, we like to start addressing. As we speak, we're hiring the next set of police trainees, and it's a small group, but it's again, like I said, it's a combined law enforcement academy for the first time in many years. We're going to be having an academy with airport police and port police officers, and it's something that has happened in the past many years ago. I remember when I was in the police academy, we had 2 officers from agriculture, the conservation officers. We had 2 of them in our academy, and then 1 from the AG's office, an investigator. And so we haven't had a combined academy in a while, so we're looking forward to that. And that's we have 6 going to that academy. But after that, Chris, we're still working with DOA. We're trying to get an additional supplemental list, because we're working on the next academy already, which is the 13th academy. And that's going to be another cohort of about 23 at least minimum. So we're moving on.
Right. Chief, I wanted to ask about, because we talked about this yesterday with Bree, but in this Nicholas Moore case, is the investigation still ongoing?
Yes. So we've been working again on the Nicholas Moore case. There's still, again, because he was, I believe, charged for 2 separate offenses. And so those are actually 2 criminal investigations running concurrently, because we're looking at 2 different incidences. One is the attempted murder, one is the attempted murder of the incident up at Gani Heights. Yeah, and then of course the murder of Castro. And so we have 2 different investigations involving the same person, but also running concurrently. And so, I wish I could tell you more. I wish I could tell you what we have, but it's part of the investigation. As as things unfold, as we move forward, I think the evidence will become clearer.
Chief, in the magistrates, there's a couple of things we talked about yesterday, which was that it was revealed that you guys used the pinging of the cell phone with the towers, and then also that there was DNA extraction done on a weapon involved in this case. I don't know if I've seen that before, but with this case, was that something, a new technique that you guys were able to employ in this investigation?
Which one, the DNA or the
Both.
cell tower
Both.
thing? Both. Well, it's part of the criminal investigation, and I'm telling you, I learned a lot from watching this case unfold with more, especially with the cell phone technology. I'm telling you, when I was a homicide detective, and Bree and I were talking about unsolved cases from when I was a detective, there wasn't a lot of cell phone technology that we were using, to solve cases. But we have a very different breed of investigators, Chris. Very technologically savvy, to say the most. I have officers that have been trained by DEA and ATF and Secret Service. These guys are taught how to take apart computers and look at hard drives and take apart iPhones and Samsung phones and pull out those hard drives and just do things that I can't imagine. I can't see myself doing. As far as the DNA, that's really glad you talked about that, because that's the kind of stuff that we don't want to rely on anymore to go off island to do. But kudos to the Naval Criminal Investigative Services, their forensic lab. They've been a big part of our investigation, and they've been conducting the DNA analysis that have led us to determine the presence of certain DNA of certain people involved in this case. But that's good for us, because their forensic team, their DNA team, has been working with my criminalists here at the Guam Police Department Crime Lab, which is good because they're gaining experience learning how this DNA technology and forensic science is being used to solve cases. Because we have our DNA lab that's set to be completed by October, thanks to Dr. Mary Okada and her team. Our DNA lab building is on track to be completed by October. I believe I've talked about this already. The governor, lieutenant governor, their commitment to the Guam Police. They provided me close to $1 million, and I've been working closely with Mr. Lester Carlson from BBMR and his team to get that money into the hands of the Guam Police and the Guam Community College. And so we're ready to outfit that building so that it has the latest DNA equipment. And so, as we move further along, where we get to get one, not hopefully, but one day we'll have the capability to do DNA analysis on our island. That's a big plus.
Yeah, that DNA capability. You're talking about adding this to what you guys already have in place at the forensic lab over at GCC? Is that?
I'm sorry, what was I ringing here?
The DNA capability, is this something that you guys are adding on to be located in the current forensic lab that GPD has over there by GCC? Or it's a separate facility?
We are getting a whole brand new building.
Oh, wow.
It's actually right up there next to the current forensic science division, up at the crime lab in Manila. Right next door to it, to the left when you're facing the building, is the brand new building. And it's a combination building. Part of it, I think the front part of it, are classrooms, and the back part of it, it's the DNA lab. So it's, I believe it's called a teaching facility, along with not just the forensic science building, but DNA lab, but it's a teaching facility as well. So, I think the concept is the front of it is the students that are interested in forensic science, and, we incorporate that program into the DNA and the crime scene, the studies, and then, they're right there next to each other.
Chief,
I'm sorry. Is this the ground's already been broken or on this new facility?
Yeah. We had a groundbreaking. I think sometime in 2019 or right before
COVID.
COVID.
Okay.
Yeah, right
Yeah, I
before COVID,
haven't.
we did one break.
haven't been up there.
But yeah, we're on track to finish October is my the date I'm tracking.
Chief, going back to the DNA extraction that was done by NCIS, how did that happen? Was it relative to the property that the evidence was discovered on, or do you guys just kind of maintain a conversation with NCIS and said, hey, we got this, can you help us out? And is this the first case that they've assisted on?
No, Chris. As a matter of fact, I have personal experience working with NCIS. Many years ago, we had a homicide of a Navy female sailor who was found killed at the old Pedro's Ice Plant in Anigua. And because she was a Navy sailor, I worked alongside with NCIS along with some other detectives. And, we found out, that she was the girlfriend of another Navy sailor. And so I was one of the lead investigators. I actually was assigned to interrogate her boyfriend, who was a Navy sailor. I worked on the Frank Cable, as a matter of fact. That's the ship he worked on. And so we worked alongside with Navy Criminal Investigation Services. I was there with Special Agent Tim Quick. We did the interrogation, got an admission of the crime, and we made an arrest. So it's not the first time, that we've worked alongside NCIS. It's not, we've worked with OSI. So, we have partnerships with the federal government. Yeah, so there's many different instances where, the Navy may have some interest in a case, and we work with them.
But you're not able to say what the interest they had in this particular cases?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on that magistrate's complaint because there was a lot of details with regard to the Michael Castro case and the murder charges. But in the details, when you read it, it kind of sounds like, people knew, information. And I don't know if that's where the SOIs come in or what have you, but also just you would think that there would be more people arrested, whether they were accomplices or what have you. So should we anticipate, when are we going to see any additional arrests with this case?
Again, it's a very active investigation. I think people get the perception that we made an arrest and, that's it, we're done and we're ready to go to trial. But nothing could be further from the truth of that statement because, when you make an arrest, that's actually the beginning of the next phase of an investigation. And so, this case, as you can see, it's been ongoing for over 8 months. And, we go where the evidence leads us. We go where the statements take us. When people make statements, we gather evidence. It just continues to lead us, to determine if there's others involved, or have we made all the arrests that possible that need to be made, or where's this going to lead us, right? So, as you can see, like with this case with Nicholas Moore, we were working on the disappearance of Michael Castro, right? And then you see that it led to another case. Mm-hmm. And that's what I mean about following the evidence and following the statements. We were working on this one case and it led to another case. And so, that's the kind of stuff that we do. And, unfortunately, we don't talk about because, we don't want to create a situation where we're going to lose evidence because people find out that we're onto them. And they start to remove evidence or, go into hiding and don't want to make statements to the Guam police anymore or the investigators. And so, this is a really good case of, one case leading to another. And, we see the involvement of this person in at least 2 cases so far.
It also looks like it could lead to more cases. Drug-related cases.
Yeah, and like I said, it's ongoing, so we don't know, where the evidence is going to lead us.
Chief, let me just ask, since the investigation's ongoing, I was just wondering about with the prosecution of Mr. Moore. If the investigation's still ongoing, are we confident that we're going to be able to bring a good case against Mr. Moore?
It's not, Chris, it's not whether we're confident we have a good case. This is the case that we have, and we presented the best we can. And actually, it's the prosecutor now that we've been working with, the prosecution division. We give them the evidence. We've been working alongside with them just as well. The Attorney General's office, the prosecution division. We've been very engaged with them over the past couple of months that we've been after things have started to unfold. So we've been engaged with them with this case, and they know the case well too, just as much as we do. And we leave it to them now to present the best case that the government has against Mr. Nicholas Moon come time for trial.
Okay. On a different note, I was wondering if you had any updates on the hiring of a executive director for the Post Commission. Is that still?
I don't know. Like I said, at the last Post Commission, we did announce that the interested applicants can start turning in their resumes to the Post Commission office. Ms. Berta Guerrero is a good point of contact. And our next meeting is next Friday. And at that point, I guess we'll find out who the interested applicants are. And we'll find out from the chair, the new chair, the new vice chair, and the executive director, how they want to proceed, whether they're going to find members within the commission to be the review and selection interview committee. And then we present, that committee presents its findings to the commission as to who the best candidate is, or we're just as a whole, as a commission, just going to review all the applicants, and at some point, we're going to have to vote because the Post Commission law requires that the commission members, the voting members, vote their executive director.
All right.
Thanks, Chief.
Chief, appreciate you coming on, and we understand that there's really not much you could say about the officer-involved shooting. So.
Yeah, I would, reach out to the AG's office if they're willing to provide any additional information.
But good luck with your interns. How many did you get?
The DYA Summer Youth Program?
Yeah.
The interns? I got 14.
Nice.
Yeah, we're keeping them busy. But bunch of really good kids. I had a chance to meet with them and talk to them. Very interesting.
What are they doing? Are they kind of split up with the different divisions, or are they all working as a group?
Yeah, so I got I think 3 or 4 over the record section. They're kind of helping with filing. Most of them are helping with payroll, personnel matters. Just doing mostly clerical work. There is one person in our maintenance section, our fleet maintenance.
Oh wow.
So he's out there with the mechanics. So,
nice.
Good bunch of kids. Like I said, I had a chance to talk to them.
There you go. Make them organize those files, Chief. That's what I did when I was a summer intern.
Okay, Chris, I'm waiting for you to come out. Team KOM versus Team GPD Summer Youth Program.
Let's go. I'm down. Jay, you down?
Softball. We have softball, basketball, soccer, a whole bunch of stuff.
No chess though, right?
No, you know what? Real quick, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong.
We're very competitive over
but
here.
Yeah. Actually, there's a lot of states across the country. They actually have like volunteer police leagues where they coach kids, right?
Yes, and so actually, one of the things we're doing with our Safe Schools Initiative funding is we're buying more sports equipment, softball, soccer, things like basketball. Right. And we're actually already starting. The wheels are in motion. Starting to think about forming a police team, so that we can compete in the youth softball or youth baseball team.
Nice.
Well, yeah. The only reason I brought it up is because Chief, like our next guest, Pat Lujan, probably knows this better than anybody. But Chris Webber is now in the Hall of Fame for basketball, and the first people he actually thanked when they congratulated him was the when he grew up in Detroit, was the volunteer police league that he played in. He said a lot of cops shaped him and volunteered their time and coached him when he was like in the 6th grade.
No, Jason, you're right. I was telling my experience when I grew up. I was playing baseball for the Maritzo team, and my coaches were both police officers.
Right.
Very cool.
And the Southern teams, we're all coached by police officers. Yeah, and that's really the stuff that I'm chasing. You know, trying to get that getting off the ground. Just take small steps to put it back in place.
Because it's working with the youth, right? And I know Sergeant Tapal with the kickball before the COVID, you guys were doing so many outreach with the youth of the various communities, right? And so it's very important to stand these efforts up again, Chief, right? To get to the kids while they're young.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris, man. If there's anything that we can do to keep kids off the streets and keep them off drugs, you know, especially ice, you know, we can keep these kids off of drugs, you know, because they'll be the next generation of drug users. But if we can get in there and convince them, you know, and give them good positive skills, you know, to stay off of drugs and alcohol, I think we've done a good job. And even if we can change the life of just one kid, we've done a tremendous job for that kid, but for our community as well.
There you go. Each one, teach one. Yep. Thank you, Chief.
Great.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. Take care. Thanks, Bree.
Right
Thanks, Chris.
Have a good weekend. Okay.
Okay, you too.
There you go. Chief Steve Ignacio, yeah.
Because I hope we don't talk to you.
Yeah. Good talk. Yeah, but I get it. I mean, he wanted to kind of pivot into some more positive discussion because they can't really, say anything at all. I mean, he's right. It's GPD and the AG investigating a off-duty police officer. So even the most basic information of the case, they're not able to reveal. Thank you. It's not COVID, guys. It's all right. It's this. I think I had an empanada bit in my mask.
Ouch.
Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where the State Historic Preservation Officer, Pat Lujan, is standing by. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Hi, Pat.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. So I don't know if you wanted to share, because remember I was trying to get you on earlier and you said that, you got a meeting, and then the meeting you might have more info for the show. So do you want to kind of start there if you can?
Sure, yeah. So, I think one of the topics that has come up recently with former Governor Carl Gutierrez coming out and saying that, that the public should, or the government should pay for the archaeological work on for private landowners. And so that's been a topic of discussion pretty much, hot and heavy within the Historic Preservation Office. We're awaiting an official Attorney General's opinion on that based off of different historic preservation laws, local laws. And the preliminary indicator is that, the burden should be on the government. And so still waiting for the official to drop. However, we're planning for, a change of course on how we're going to do that with the existing staff that we have. What is it going to take to get to rightfully posture into that, where the government, would have to assume that burden or that responsibility. So it's still a lot of unclarity, but we're putting a lot of things together to move ahead with that. And I think, everything, there's a positive in everything. And so this really basically gives us an opportunity to look through our local statutes to kind of revisit them, right? Because we're operating most of them on 30, 31, 32-year-old laws. And so we definitely need to cross this bridge and work with our oversight, Senator Talena Nelson, and, to see what is relevant today that probably was misunderstood 30 years ago, and move us forward with that. So, still a developing story, but the bottom line is, what is the intent of the law and how we're going to move forward with it.
How would that be funded if the government assumes the cost of having to do any So basically, guys, just to bring you along, let's say you're building a house, you build anything, you got to go get your permit or whatever from the SHPO. So if you're building a house, you go to get your permit, they come out, oh my God, there's a whole archaeological site here. Then you would right now have to pay for it to be dug up and studied or whatever. And then sometimes you guys just have to stop work altogether, right?
Yeah. So, it's a research intensive, right, that our office goes through, and a lot of research And, you know, we kind of get the blame on delays, but that's the nature of our office, is we really have to do our due diligence on it. So, you know, I brought out some numbers, and over the last couple of years, about, you know, over 90% of the permits that we review, we sign off and we're like, okay, there's no historic properties that are anticipated. However, you know, there is that 7, 8, 9, 10% that we're like, okay, according to our previous surveys, or what they call the area of potential effect, which is a radius around an area, there's a probability that you might have historic properties on your property. So, you know, then we put together and you know, recommend and issue a certificate of approval that requires archaeological work. So now there's an opinion that's you know, about to come out that says that the government has to have that burden and assume that burden. So putting together some numbers, you know, how much is that going to cost, you know, the government to do that? Do we have the capacity to do that? Right now, we barely have the capacity to do our regular permitting reviews. It's really, really difficult, right? And so, you know, how can we posture up to that level? And how long is it going to take, and how much it's going to cost, and what's the effects, you know, because, you know, it looks like the development on Guam is just going to get even more busy, and we are in the thick of that process. So, you know, trying to balance that and trying not to be too much of a delay while still fulfilling our mission, you know,
that's the challenge.
It's a difficult task. So we're just in the middle of that, and I think you're going to see it's leaning towards another legislative review with our laws and updating them for sure.
So this was former Governor Gutierrez had, I think, written something in the local media, and this was kind of with his permitting czar hat, right? So he's basically
Correct.
saying that this is one of the processes that he would like to streamline. Were you blindsided by that, or did you talk to Uncle Carl beforehand?
No, I wasn't blindsided. You know, it's kind of been a discussion for a little bit. You know, and just, you know, you're looking at ambiguous laws that, you know, causes this, right? So it's a bridge that I think we eventually would have to have crossed, and so we're here now. So, you know, it's gonna be painstaking a little bit, but at the end of the day, I think we should be coming out as an island with better historic preservation laws, more clear, to be precise.
Right. So you're just basically saying we need to update and an overhaul and an examination of existing laws.
Absolutely. Yeah, and in the meantime, with the permitting process that's ongoing, you know, we're just gonna have to adjust fire a little bit, and how that's gonna look with the limited amount of resources that we have in-house. You know, it's gonna be daunting, but we're gonna try and figure this out.
I wanted to follow up on that human burial that was discovered about a month ago, more than a month ago, at Anderson South, the old Mogfog area. Is there any updates on that?
None yet. I think that's still being studied, but you know, that's again, you know, painting a different picture of the Northern Plateau, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now that they're finding, you know, burials over in that area, then that definitely, again, you know, it's we're looking at a holistic thing here as far as, you know, just to connect that to what I just had spoken about and updating our local laws, right? Because the intent of the law and what we knew 30, 40 years ago is different from what we know today, from an archaeological standpoint, from a historical standpoint, from a Chamorro standpoint, right? And so these findings really help, you know, with what we do and our practices today and how it's going to shape moving forward. So, you know, again, that's pretty much, you know, is that the only, here's an example, right? So we found burials there. Does that mean that there were no burials when they built the village of Dededo? Right? But we didn't have the historic preservation laws in place at that time. We didn't have archaeology on Guam as we know it today, right? So it leaves the question of, was Dededo even more, established and civilized back in our ancient times than we know it. So it just poses more questions.
Right. Is there any projects that you guys are working on right now?
Projects? Anything in particular?
reviews?
There's many.
Yeah.
We see them all.
Yeah.
We see them all.
Right. All right. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about or get out?
Yeah,
Right.
just just this evolving situation with how this is going to play out, right? If the burden is going to be on the government to pay for the archaeological work for homeowners. I feel the pain. It's costly. Once upon a time, a survey cost anywhere between $1,000 and $2,000. Now it's in excess of $10,000, and that definitely does add to any cost. But I just ask that people work with us and just remember the true spirits of our ancestors. That's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to purposely slow down projects or stop projects. That's furthest from the case. That's not our job. Is to stop projects. We're trying to fulfill our mission and learn more about our ancestors through archaeology, through oral history, through all of that stuff. So more to come in that regard, and I appreciate you guys for always having me to give updates.
Yep. I wanted to ask Pat before you go. Are you guys getting any of the American Rescue Plan funding? Did you put in a formal ask to the Gov?
We have, but I'm not tracking that right now. But yes, we did put our request in for more staffing, so that's looking positive. But as far as how that's handed over, I've got enough on my plate to figure that out.
So you basically just sent your wish list down to Adlib, said, "Hey, I need."
I did, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And what kind of staff are you? What's your wish list for ARP?
Definitely more archaeologists. We have one. We recruited one as a GovGuam archaeologist, and then we have another one that was part of the Guam Build Up Programmatic Agreement. That's on board. So I have 3 right now, which is a godsend, but there's still room for more. We put in for 2 more, and even in the backside of our operations, a GIS specialist, more technicians to go out in the field. Even my admin, I've got 2 admin people for the entire operation, and it's painful. It hurts. It's a lot of work and a lot of requirements to do. And so a lot of heavy lifting, and so at least I know that there's help on the way as far as recruitment.
Mm-hmm. I did want to ask. There was something that the Guam Youth Congress.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they introduced a bill.
I think they passed it.
They did.
Yeah. I want to say, or the introducer, they're discussing it, or it's being voted on, Pat. But this is the conflict of interest for the SHPO office. So they put the crosshairs right on you. And I guess it was relative to your service.
No pun intended, right?
Right. Yeah. Relative to your service with the United States Air Force, right?
Yeah. So, guys, I've always, this is a topic of discussion ever since I took the position a couple of years ago or came back into the office. And to me, really, to me, I view it, and I think a lot of people view it as more of an asset with that extra experience and background dealing and negotiating and sitting down and understanding DOD, because I think DOD has always been the main topic, right? The biggest target on their back. So with me, growing in that environment, understanding how they operate, is an asset to this position, because I know their parameters and understand how they operate and know what our mission is as well, to get what we need, basically. And pretty much all the offers or the suggestions and recommendations that I've made to them, they've done it. So I'm happy about that.
Right. I guess one of the other concerns I'd heard about was there's no point, Pat, where your Air Force bosses were like, "Hey, settle down on that SHPO stuff you're doing."
And I guess they never seen me in these meetings when I sit down with them. So, I don't know if I need to video them and prove a point. But I don't think that's needed.
All right, Pat.
Thanks,
you good?
Pat.
You good?
Yeah.
Right on. Good luck with your ARP wish list, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
All right, Pat. Pat Lujan, State Historic Preservation Officer. It's 9:30. Maget Bavakwa is coming up right here. Well, you want to just get him on now? Yeah, let's go. He's with Independent Guahan, and we are doing the big Natlatlet concert Sunday. It's the 5th?
Volume 5.
Volume 5, yes. Good morning, Maget.
Hey, half a day, Bananas si Diyos.
Bananas of Zeus. So, you guys excited, right? For the 5th? I mean, I remember when you guys did the first one, right? It was kind of a different climate 5 years ago. I mean, I'm saying there's always been, and I know you rub elbows with birds of a feather and stuff, but I remember just that first year, 4th of July, Independent Guahan. It was kind of like right? But I feel like it's normalized now 5 years later.
Well, I think that part of what made that first one important or different was that the Davis decision had come out from the Ninth Circuit Court. The Pratehilatexan and the military buildup was very hot, a lot of discussions. And so there was also sort of federal threats to the Chamorro Land Trust. And so when we had that first concert, it was sort of in that climate where, a lot of, especially Chamorros, but others from Guam too, were feeling sort of a bit, like, is the federal government out to get us in these certain ways? Do they really not care about us? And so, we had that first concert, and it was really nice. It was really fun. And so I think that one thing that's kind of shifted, of course, is that for the past 2 Julys, it's been on air. That's a totally different experience, right? It's just like, and it's going to a concert and being around people is very different than sitting at home and watching it on your iPad or on your desktop or laptop. And so this is part of how Independent Guahan, we've tried to adapt to sort of the COVID restrictions. And we wondered if we could have an in-person concert now, but then we figured that a lot of people are still worried. A lot of people still have concerns. I mean, even me, whenever I see too many people in a room, I still instinctively get a little bit, look at all these people here. And so we decided to once again do it on air on KUAM and live on and on Facebook as well. And then, but we're looking forward to in the fall getting back out into the community with other sort of in-person activities.
Tell us a little bit about the lineup this year.
Sure. And so this year we have, we have a young musician, singer, Jonah Honam.
Yeah.
Love his stuff. He performed at Nalatla concert last year, and also 2 years ago he performed in a band, Little Giants, with his siblings.
Yep.
So really, really great to see a young Chamorro trying to incorporate the language sort of into his own style. It's very, very cool.
Good stuff.
We have,
good. Yeah.
We have Rachel.
You know, Maget, with Jonah Honam, it's like I don't normally listen to that kind of music. I don't know, what do you call it? Whatever, it's like pop, R&B, hip hop, whatever. But because it's a Chamorro guy, of course, I'm keyed into it, and he's got some good songs.
The dude's an artist, man.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Hongan, I feel you there too. It's not my usual style either, but then when I was listening to him when we were recording it, I was like, I wanted to ask my daughter, hey, how do I dance to this? Can I dance to this? Do you dance to this type of music, or, But yeah, it's very, very catchy, very infectious.
I want to see that video.
So,
I want to see you dancing to Jonah Honam.
No, you don't. We'll have negative views and negative likes.
People are going to be like, what? You can't cha-cha to that.
And then we have Rachel Esteves from the Dolls.
Oh, yeah.
She performed a couple, and I loved her introduction. She told me introduce her that she is determined to make Zotnya great again.
Hey.
And so we have a group of 3 young musicians, all of whom I had as students at UOG, and all have gone on to sort of work for the cultural revitalization, the language revitalization. Pedro Blas, Lawrence Lizama, and Daniel Stone. They all work for the Harao School or the Anafa Maulik Youth Camp, and they have a group called Malak Motna. And man, they have some great covers of of some Chamorro songs. Love it, like Nobia Neni. They have a great version of Nobia Neni.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to see them sort of recording and performing. And then who else do we have? Oh, one thing that I'm very happy about is that we have Sinahi Beneventi, who is the granddaughter of the late Ed Beneventi, who was a Magalahi of Chamorro Nation, who was instrumental in getting the cultural center started. Above Tuman, who was part of good friends with Angel Santos. And so we made a memorial video for him because he was sort of a big inspiration in us starting independent Wahan. And then we were so grateful that his granddaughter Sinahi came and sang a song, sort of as part of the concert.
Good job. Maget, who's the one young lady who dances in front of the blankets?
Oh, so that's from the I'm not sure of her name, but I think it's a niece of Shannon McManus and John Glazer.
Right on.
Because that's in the Microchild. That's in the Microchild video. And so we're also showing 2 Microchild videos.
Nice.
As part of the concert, Salan Kolebla and Kogwenaidza.
Nice.
And I love their style too.
Yeah.
I love how they'll always sort of put in a Chamorro verse in a song. And I just love it. It always hits me in a different way when you're grooving to one of their songs and then the Chamorro verse comes in.
Right, they're like this, right, with the Chamorro, just like Chamorro.
Yeah,
Bay.
I love it.
Yeah. What kind of music is that, Maget? Microchild. My kids love it.
Microchild, I don't know. It's
kind of
like a
folk indie, maybe, or
it is. It's definitely indie. I think it is a little folk. But then they have some little sort of Kusinan Sanhizung vibes too.
Yeah,
they mix in sort of interesting little instruments too. No, I'm totally out of touch with music nowadays. For me, I'm like for me, if I was putting together a concert, it would be like a bunch of old Chamorro dudes and dudettes or something like that.
But instead, what you get, Maget, is you get this younger generation of just like activists, not even activists, but they're performing like all the songs that we grew up to, and I think that's so cool to hear their interpretation of it.
Oh yes, and I think that's one thing that we want to do. I mean, for Independent Wahan, that's one thing we want to do. We want it to be a space for younger artists to sort of, because when to think in Chamorro, to play in Chamorro, to sort of take on a cause or an issue related, to the island, to the people. And then, personally for me, that's always something too. I always tell like young artists, if you want to perform something in Chamorro, I'll translate a song for you, or I'll help you translate it. Just give me your lyrics, and then I'll do my best. You can take what you like, what you don't like, but then, because I just want more people performing in Chamorro.
Right on. So I want to hear some. I'm going to send you some Cardi B.
We were just thinking.
Ooh, I like a challenge.
What is up is up and up.
No, but the one thing I've always appreciated about Lanala Doc is as someone who tried to be a musician at many moons
Come
ago.
on, Jay, don't undersell. Jay is a guitar he's really good.
Don't
plays the guitar.
No, but I mean, the one thing I've always liked is like you hear for like the last 4 volumes of this wonderful concert, right? And like your colleague Ken Cooper was even saying, he comes from heavy metal, but you're bringing with a very distinct message. So you'll see people with like you mentioned Shannon, you've got jazz influences and gospel, and some people reggae obviously, and some people get into like the hard rock
basically
stuff.
Jason wants to know, where's the Chamorro heavy metal?
Ken was doing that for a while.
There is.
Oh, Jay.
Jason, you may be happy because this year there is a heavy metal group.
Very cool.
That's part of the lineup. There is, and so I'm not supposed to reveal their name because they have a very underground sound, And so they kind of come into the lineup all like very unexpectedly. But
that's cool.
But yeah, and so they, you know, I remember talking to you and Ken about that back in the day. And that's the thing is that, you know, sometimes we get stuck on like Chamorro music is this country flavor or it's this sort of, or it's this synthesizer sort of cha-cha thing.
Yeah.
But we got to open that up and just say, you know what, create whatever feels good to you, but, you know, find a way to connect it back to home. You know, find a way to connect it to your language, to your people, to the culture. But yeah, if you want to make Chamorro-inspired anime J-pop music, do that. I'll help you translate it if you want to.
Right on. Right there, right after the Cardi B. Maget, you know, you're on you're on the One Micronesia podcast too, and we don't want people to overdose on you. But if we could just real quick, if you could just put on your museum hat and museum, I know you told us it was reopening, and I thought I saw something on Instagram where people were in the museum. What's that about? And when are you guys like opening for the public?
And so we've been testing our COVID guidelines. So we've had a few sort of test tours in because our goal is to basically have 1 hour blocks. You know, you have to sort of schedule to come in at this time, and then you have 1 hour to go through the permanent exhibit and then sort of exit. And so that'll allow us to sanitize for the next block, to just sort of come in. So we've been letting a few groups in just to test, to sort of make sure that our staff is able to manage the flow properly. Our goal, we were hoping to open last month, and then sort of the tentative date now is the date after Liberation Day, so the 22nd of July. And so that's what I'm planning for. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. All right, we got to get down there. Maybe next week we can do a link on location, and you just give.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a little 30-minute tour.
And if you wanted to, if you wanted to do something like you mentioned before, the Micronesian Minute with Dirk Ballendorf in the past, we can absolutely do something like that. Just because, it can be like a monthly thing or whatever you're interested in, but just to sort of bring in the resources, the knowledge of the museum, you know, to your audience regularly.
Right on. That. Thank you for telling my idea to the whole island.
So we'll start that real soon.
Yeah, we will. There you go. My boss told me to get on it. Thank you, Maget.
Thank
you
again.
There you go. Break a leg. It's the 5th annual Nat Lotlat concert. I didn't get to ask you about that great group, Tadung Marianas, that you guys are working with for this concert.
Oh, yes. Sorry. No, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
This year is a collaboration with Tadung Marianas, and so they are a great group of sort of young artists, activists, scholars, musicians. You know, they did a great tour last year of the Marianas, talking to people, recording songs, capturing stories. And so we were happy that they helped collaborate with us, organize the music. And then as part of this too, you'll see some previews from the content that they're going to put out there. Nice. Because they really wanted to, they traveled to Rota, to Saipan, to Tinian on Guam, and just interviewed a bunch of people. You know, what are the stories of the Marianas? And then also recorded people singing too. What is our sound in the Marianas too? And it's so, and I'm really happy that this year we get to showcase them, because follow them on social media for sure. And then sort of pay attention to them, because they're the up and coming next generation.
Got it. Thank you, Maget.
Adios.
Adios.
Yeah, so once again, everybody, that
Jay, stand by. Yes, Jason Salas, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, everyone, that's Nalatla Songs of Freedom Volume 5, premiering live this weekend on the 4th of July at 7 p.m. on KUAM TV8. It's also going to be on Facebook Live, as Dr. Bavacqua said, and on YouTube Live. So whatever platform you are, comment, share it, enjoy it, love it, live it.
Right on, Jay. Thank you.
I want to make a Chamorro heavy metal band.
Dude.
It's either going to be Bang Your Head Fan or Mosh Pit Night.
Mosh Pit Night.
That's the name.
Working my Primo Can, bro. Let's go ahead and do Feed Me Fridays, guys. With our friends at Ruby Tuesdays, featuring the one and only, because it's really just one and only in this video. Jay, someone commented, when are we going to go on a Feed Me Friday shoot?
Oh, you and I?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Does it really? Would you really do it though? Because I know you don't go out, you don't touch anything. See,
just say no.
You just say no, bro.
No, I'll take a Valium before I go out, right?
Oh, dude, take two, bro. 9:44. So yeah, let's do Feed Me Fridays. Brought to you by our friends at Ruby Tuesdays, right here on the link.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Feed Me Fridays with my girl Ruth here at Ruby Tuesdays. Ruth, we're going to be trying, and this is a viewer's choice, guys. Great job on that poll. About 80% of our viewers wanted me to try the Memphis-style ribs here at Ruby Tuesday. Good pick or what?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised when that poll came out. Our ribs are very popular.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I love your Smoky Mountain chicken, but ribs, it's ribs, you know, it's get in there, you know what I mean? Tell us a little bit about the Memphis style, because you guys do a few different types of ribs.
Yeah, so the Memphis style, that's the one that you're going to be trying out today, and that's the one that won. We slow cook our ribs for 4 hours, so that's what makes it fork tender, you know, fall off the bone.
Right.
We season it with Ruby Tuesday seasoning, which is top secret, so we cannot let that.
They won't tell me. They know I got a big mouth. I can't keep a secret.
Right. So yeah, and then we roast it, and when we make it to order, and you can either get it Memphis style, or we can do a barbecue, topped with barbecue. And we also have a hickory bourbon barbecue that's not known, but when people know about it, it's like the go-to sauce. So we're gonna bring that out for you today, so you can try it both on the side.
Great. And you guys, you don't gotta be a VIP or malfunction, or if you want the sauce, you just tell them, bring me the sauce, and they're gonna get it for you. Ruth, what about sides? What goes good with Memphis-style ribs?
Well, baked potato is very popular. We also have fresh green beans and broccoli and zucchini. Today you're going to be trying one with the garlic green beans, which is something that's not on the menu as well, but it's something that you can request.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Well, we're really getting all the off-menu secrets today, huh?
Yeah. So it's out there now, so people will know.
And garlic green beans, it's just what it sounds like, right?
Yes.
Green beans are cool, but garlic's cooler, and you put them together.
Right.
It's like.
That's right.
Sweet. And I know you guys got a lot of other things going on. Tuesdays at Ruby Tuesdays, that's a place to be.
Yes, actually, so every Tuesday is 2 for 1, which is 2 meals plus dessert for $26.99. And our ribs are on that menu. So you can have 2 ribs for $26.99. So it's a really good deal.
And desserts included?
Desserts included.
Are you sure about that? Hey, Ruth, come on, are you serious?
Yes.
Wow, so you can take your chick or your chack, or, you know, make it a bro date?
Take them all.
Right, yeah, take them all. It's twofers. 2 meals and dessert for $26.99. What about drinks? I know you guys' bar is really hopping.
Yes, we do have happy hour all day on Tuesdays. So we have draft specials, house wine, sangrias, Ruby Relaxers, which is one of our signature drinks.
Ruby Relaxers,
yeah.
Ooh.
So every Tuesday, all day on Tuesdays.
You have me on this Ruby Relaxers. I'm not gonna let you slide without explaining what is a Ruby Relaxer.
Well, it's like a nice kicker. It's like a refreshing. It has some Malibu rum in there. So you know, anything with Malibu is like a sneaker. But it's mixed with mixed juices, cranberry, pineapple. It's really good.
Nice. Well, you know, we love to relax on the island. So
yeah.
Hey, from Ruby Relaxers to 2 for Tuesdays, and you can check them out for the happy hour. Here at Ruby Tuesdays. Ruth, thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear my stomach growling, but I think I'm ready for some ribs.
All right, well, you enjoy.
Right on. All by myself. Yep, just little old me with 2 slabs of Ruby Tuesday Memphis-style ribs. Of course, I got the baked potato and the broccoli, healthy. And then over here we have the rice and the garlic green beans. And then Ruth was so nice to hook us up with the house Ruby Tuesday barbecue sauce. And then we have the hickory sauce here. The Memphis style, it's a dry rub, okay? So it's not saucy. There's seasoning, a special. Oh, look at that. You guys saw that? Look at that. You look at it and it just falls apart. Look at that. Love me tender. And so, yeah, the Memphis style, it's a dry rub. So they got their house mix of secret, top secret. Don't tell Nana, okay? Top secret house blend of spices here for the Memphis style. And I'm going to go ahead and try a little bit of... Oh, yeah. That's really good. I'm a fan. A lot of times when I barbecue, it's just salt and pepper, right? And this, I mean, it's a little above salt and pepper. Very tasty, very simple. This is a great cut of pork ribs, and it really just lets that pork flavor stand out. Yeah, very good. We get to bring the bones home for the dog. Okay, that's great. I want to get a little bit of my potato in here. I remember you guys can get your potato fully loaded with, you know, bacon and the cheese and all the good stuff. I'm going a little light today because, well, just because hot girl summer. Ruby Tuesday's baked potato, it's on point. Always. Perfect amount of butter, sour cream. Love the broccoli. Okay, let's get saucy. So we got the two sauces here. I'm gonna go ahead and try the House Ruby Tuesday's barbecue sauce. Saucing, I'm saucing on you. This is good. There's a tang. You know what I love? It's not over sweet. You know, I'm not trying to catch diabetes eating barbecue ribs. It's tangy. It's got a little bit of like a salty kick to it. Let me try that again. Try and describe that for you guys. It's just good. Yeah, not sweet. There's that tang. I don't know if that's from a little bit of vinegar or what, but that's good. Now we're gonna try this other one over here. This other one is the hickory barbecue sauce. Try this out. All I know about hickory is hickory dickory dock. It's a wood, basically, right? It's a lot of flavor. Let's go. Raw. What? Hickory bourbon. Not just hickory. Hickory bourbon. I'd be swerving off this bourbon. This is, okay, and this is like secret off the menu, guys. So you come in, you be like, psst, hey, give me some of that hickory bourbon barbecue sauce. That's good. Yeah. Ribs got bones, people. That is, Hey, remember you can get two of these, $26.99. Try a little bit more of this hickory bourbon barbecue sauce. I don't want to have too much of it though, because I got to drive. You guys want to see something crazy? Okay. Don't tell Ruby Tuesdays, but I'm gonna do a dip here in the house, and then I'm gonna do a dip here in the hickory bourbon. Who said no double dipping during COVID? Guys, come on to Ruby Tuesdays. And you guys made a great choice. I'm so glad you guys picked the ribs. I mean, I love Ruby Tuesdays chicken, but I've been eating so much chicken lately, I'm about to grow feathers. So thank you guys. These Memphis-style ribs, again, they got their deals here. You get 2 for $26.99, and that includes dessert. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and finish my ribs, but thank you guys for feeding me on this Feed Me Fridays. We'll do another double dip here. That's good. Great, Ruby Tuesday. Thank you so much, Ruth and Ruby, for hooking us up here. I also got an unsweetened iced tea, in case you guys are wondering what this is, and my water. Again, come on by, check out the Memphis-style dry rub ribs, but make sure you ask for the sauce. My name's Chris, Link fam. This has been another Feed Me Friday. Whoa!
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
One of our colleagues here at KUAM. It's the last day for Adriana Cotero.
Oh.
As she, moves back to the States and
to Detroit.
Detroit.
Rock City.
To be
Motor
with,
City.
To be with her family.
Yeah.
And so just wanted to say thank you, Adriana, for all of your work. Most of you may have known that I think I had my first breakdown on containing COVID when Adriana contracted COVID. Yeah. And so we're really going to miss her.
Yep.
She also was such a shining star during the governor's initial press conferences.
Yeah, boy, they hated her. Me and her was like that 1-2, and then you had Nestor coming in like bam, bam, knockout. Yeah, so she did. She really shined very bright during COVID. As you guys remember, back in the pandemic, our governor used to have these things called press conferences where the media would come in and ask a bunch of questions, and that's probably why we don't have press conferences anymore.
Well, she did some very, very good work. And even when she was previously at KSPN News up in Saipan, and she covered, what was it, Typhoon Dolphin? Typhoon Yutu?
No, Yutu.
Yutu, yeah. And then she got a lot of really good experience there. So we were lucky to get her, and we kind of knew her already.
Right.
I was actually the guy who picked her up at the airport, because I dropped my mom at the airport, walked right over to the arrivals terminal, and then Adriana came in, and then, she immediately fell in love with Guam. She was a little bit familiar with it, but, I mean, she's done some really, really good work that is going to stand the test of time.
Yes.
Right on. So, bon voyage, Adriana. Nice knowing you, kid. And also, happy 4th of July weekend, guys. We're off on Monday. We'll be back Tuesday with a big show for you guys as we're getting the defense attorney for accused murder suspect Nicholas Moore.
Oh, wow.
We'll also get Melanie Brennan from DYA CPS, Mark Scott from the Guam Guard. All that's on Tuesday. So enjoy your 3-day weekend, guys. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Please be safe, everybody. Have a great 4th.
We leave you with this advanced sneak peek of the new episode of the One Micronesia podcast right here on The Link. Hasta adios!
Happy 4th!
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Sidus Masi Vic, thank you for having us on. I'm excited to be a part of the KUM podcast network for today.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. Glad to be here.
So Independent Guahan has been around formally since 2016. And so Independent Guahan is a community component of the Independence for Guam Task Force, which is part of the Commission on Decolonization. And so The Commission on Decolonization, for those that aren't familiar with it, it's tasked with sort of conducting educational campaigns around political status, helping people understand why we should become a state, independent, or freely associated. And so the work of Independent Guahan is that we promote the ideas of greater independence for Guam.
Yeah, I think 2016 we came together as a group to really think through sort of our mission, right? And I thinking back to years ago, our group really wanted to kind of continue the work that our predecessors have fought for decolonization and self-determination for Guahan.
It's important to remember that a lot of people out there may be afraid of the idea of independence, right, for Guam. But then we got to remember that there's more than 190 countries in the world that are independent today. Some of them are really big, more than 1 billion people. Some of them are small, a few thousand people. So there's nothing to be scared of about independence, right? It's just when we look at the world today, almost 100 other territories, colonies have gone on to become independent. What's the matter with us here in Guam? How come we get stuck as a territory when so many others have moved ahead? Even when we look to our brothers and sisters, Imanyadluta, Giorizata, around us in Micronesia, people in Palau, in the FSM and the Marshalls sat at a table with the United States and said, we want this future. We want to freely associate.